which, if you can believe it, was a full 604 days ago. I hope all of you had better luck than I did finding something to wear today that fit after 604 days of sitting in front of your computer. Today also marks our first hybrid programming, which offers both virtual and in-person options to join today's exciting program. So I want to offer a big welcome also to our online audience. Some quick housekeeping. Everybody here, as you know, is double vaccinated. However, we are asking that when you are away from your table, you put your mask on. Also that you refrain from handshaking, as hard as I know that is after all this time. So elbow bumps, please. It's going to take a long time for us all to get comfortable in this new return to normal. So before I begin, I want to acknowledge our symposium sponsors. You hear us say this all the time, that our programming would simply not be possible without their generous support. Quite literally, this is true. An endeavor such as today demands significant resources to facilitate, and we are so grateful for this support. A big thank you to Dream, who are today's presenting sponsor, to Daniels, Mirabella, thank you. Yes, let's have a round of applause. Thank you for that. To Daniels and Mirabella and Northcrest, who are our major sponsors. And I want to make a specific call out to Mirabella, who are also the generous benefactors of 50 student tickets for today. Thank you from the students in the back. Excellent. And last but not least, the One Planet Living Real Estate Fund, Epic and Windmill, who are supporting sponsors. Thank you. We have two tour sponsors, Urban Strategies, my own firm, I'm proud to say, and Montgomery Sizem. And we are equally grateful for the commitment and leadership these companies have demonstrated in today's bold programming in this extraordinary local and global moment. We've programmed a packed morning plenary to get us to lunch, followed by an afternoon walking tour program and the final party at the end of the day. It's a lot to cover, so to get us rolling, I'm going to hand over to my co-chair, Hila Omarkal, from Vice President at the Daniels Corporation, to provide our land acknowledgement today. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Cindy. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to Daniels Spectrum in Regent Park. We could not be prouder to have you all here today for this ESG Symposium. This incredible community cultural hub represents much of what we will be speaking about today. The power of partnerships, in this case, the public, private, and the community sectors, and the value of investment in our neighborhoods, both of physical infrastructure, but that really critical investment in social infrastructure in our neighborhoods. This neighborhood in particular has been home to many peoples and communities over generations. We acknowledge the land we are meeting here today in person and virtually is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. We are all treaty people. Many of us come here as settlers, as immigrants, newcomers in this generations or generations past. ULI Toronto stands in solidarity with Indigenous communities demanding action and accountability for the ongoing legacy of the residential school system. We'd like to also acknowledge and honor those who came here involuntarily, particularly descendants of those who were brought here through enslavement. Thank you, and my pleasure to introduce Antonio.
Thank you, Hila. My name is Antonio Gomez Palacio. I'm a partner at Dialogue, and I'm extremely pleased to be here today, again, as a co-chair of the symposium. And this is an especially important one. Certainly if we've learned anything from the pandemic, is the importance of having exactly the conversation we're having today. And that's a conversation around ESG and how we need to be thinking about it in our industry. This is an increased urgency, and it's one that we may not be comfortable with, but it's very important for us to have, as massive and global climate and social and equity change is at our doorstep. And I'll be blunt. We designed today's program to be provocative, to peel away the veneer that might gloss over some of the conversations and the half-truths that we've been challenged with. So I ask all of you to really embrace the conversation today and rise up to the challenge. Past milestone opportunities and a lot of the conversations we have had in the past have not entirely dealt with this conversation. So today, we're hoping to provoke you a little bit, but mostly we're hoping to inspire you. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. So to help us deliver on this charge that Antonio has just presented and the commitment we have set for ourselves here today, we're delighted to welcome Kofi Hope and Zara Abraham of Monumental, an organization that advances fair and just cities by supporting institutions and leaders in real estate development and city building to embed equitable outcomes in their work. Kofi and Zara will take the reins after our first speaker, and this gives me the opportunity to let you know that in the interest of time, but also for ease, complete biographies of all the speakers have been emailed to you, so you can peruse those during the program. So it is now my pleasure to hand the program over to Pino Damasio of DREAM, our symposium's presenting sponsor, to introduce our first speaker. Pino, over to you.
Thank you, Cindy, Antonio, and Gila. It's such a pleasure to support ULI Toronto's ESG Symposium, The New Urgency, and to contribute to the program and content this morning. Delivery on ESG and impact is very important to us at DREAM, as we believe through responsible real estate practices, we can start to address many of the large number of social and environmental issues we're facing. As Antonio noted, we are running out of time to get in front of the serious challenges facing us here in Toronto, in the country, and globally. The timing of the conference, therefore, is not coincidental with COP26 in the backdrop. No one needs to be reminded how high stakes are. I've been given the distinct honor to introduce our first speaker, Carolyn King, Chair and co-founder of the Shared Path Consultation Initiative. Shared Path have been a valued partner to ULI Toronto over the past several years with several important webinars easily available to you on YouTube, including 13,000 years of Indigenous history in the GTA and why it matters to planning and development. Carolyn is the former chief of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, its first woman elected to that position, and last December she was named a member of the Order of Canada. As Cindy noted, more biographical information has been emailed to you. So with apologies for the abbreviated introduction, Carolyn, over to you.
Honey, Dijnakas Carolyn King, Ejibayim New Credit. In the Anishinaabe language, that is hello, and says I live at New Credit, which is about 100 kilometers from here. And, I thank ULI for the opportunity to do opening remarks and to do the land acknowledgement, which has become common in our sphere today, especially after Truth and Reconciliation and the acceptance of the ONDRIP, that I'm a member and a resident at the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. We're the treaty holders for this land that we're sitting on right now. Settled in 2010, 205 years later from when it was really signed. It's called the 1805 Toronto Purchase. I was chief when helped relaunch that claim, and that it just took hundreds of years to get some settlement out of it. And we do have settlement, so I have the honor. People do acknowledgement statements about, you're in the traditional territory of so-and-so, They're on the treaty land out. Well, I get to say, welcome to our treaty land. My ancestors are one of the signatories to that treaty, and it gave us rights and benefits. They need to acknowledge the other nations that have lived here, the Huron-Wendat, who now live mostly in Quebec, and the Haudenosaunee, the Iroquois. And when I say Anishinaabe, it means the people. When I say the word Haudenosaunee, it means the people. If I say the word Inuit, it means the people. So a little bit of a naming lesson there. So on behalf of my First Nation, I want to truly recognize you to this land, and that I hope in the comments that I'm going to make and why I'm the president and co-founder of Shared Path, that we can get to understand why we do what we do and why. And that I also need to say, in the light of the things that are happening in the news media where people have been identified as claiming to be Indigenous in this country, that I'm born and raised, status Indian, live on an Indian reserve, and lived there my whole life. And I say some people call, that's my perspective, but some people call it an attitude. And that I've worked to make our community survive, grow, and hopefully the next word will be that we're thriving. And that's so, and I hope that you as developers, planners, community builders, think about us as you go about that work. And I'm going to ask you, when you think about that next decision, I would like you to ask the question, because there are places that we will never be invited to. So we need the voice of somebody who has a conscience to say, will this affect, will this impact the Indigenous people of this land? We'll make a better world, whether it's environment, social, or governance, if we ask that question. I have a couple slides to talk about the shared path, because I think it's important for you to know about that. And it is right here. Oh, I look the same, don't I? With shorter hair. Okay, so I guess this is it. Okay, Shared Path is the consultation the Shared Path Consultation Initiative is a charitable organization that's addressing the challenges. We're trying to, oh, sorry. Okay. Challenges and opportunities that emerge where land use change and Aboriginal and treaty rights intersect. Two things at once here. Who are we? Location of this is at the Native Child and Family Care. They have a wonderful lodge there to talk amongst the wood and be amongst the Indigenous people. We are the Indigenous and non-Indigenous leaders in a group of talented people with depth. Community development, consultation, environment, research, archaeology, law, planning, and other fields. Our focus is on the best practices and common challenges concerning traditional territories and treaty areas, land use, and governance. We are committed to deepening the reconciliation, dialogue, and sharing knowledge. I just want to clarify something. So many people don't understand why we say traditional territory and treaty. Treaties are a colonial instrument. It was the whole process of taking the land from the Indigenous people. So we as the Mississaugas have signed 23 different agreements, some cessation of land, and different agreements about the use of land. And traditional territory is before settlement, when we as Indigenous people and different groups of people agreed about how the land was to be used. And commonly that was based on the water's edge, the height of land, things like that, more geographic. And so just a lesson about that. We are the Indigenous, so all the people who are come together, and we started as a round table, just because we seen it. I am on the front line of defending our rights and benefits that come with the treaties and the act. And that, so we then became an incorporated not-for-profit and then a charity. Shared Path works toward a future in which the Indigenous voices, obligations, and rights form a sustained and integral part of how we share land and water, particularly with respect to land use planning, law, policy, and governance in Ontario. This is the person in this picture is from Saugeen, up there toward the Bruce Peninsula, and their people have fought years for land and water rights, right to fish in their lands around their community. We believe that the planning can be a tool for supporting the creation of healthy and vibrant communities. Mutual flourishing requires understanding how Canada's history of colonialism informs planning today and is crucial for planning and a future that benefits all. Many of our people on the, who make up Shared Path have had impact from the disputes that happened. When I drove in last night, I drove past where Caledonia's right on the edge of, I went to school in Caledonia, so I know the community well in the Grand River, and that they just lifted the barricades again there. That's the place where you don't want to be. Municipalities are mandated through the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the 2020 Provincial Policy Statement to incorporate constitutionally protected Aboriginal and treaty rights in their official planning policies and procedures. Indigenous communities are looking for better navigate and inform these processes and engage in proactive relationship building with local governments. And my lessons learned that we all want to live a peaceful life and all want to be able to be treated fairly in this country. And I can tell you that's not the case. Like I said, I'm born and raised on an Indian reserve, and as a child experienced racism literally every day. The Truth and Reconciliation really has had an impact in what's happened to our Indigenous people. And if, I hear the comments, people say, why don't they just get over it? And your family, your community has been torn apart with good intentions, but devastated those communities. I was not in the residential school, but my mother was. And that I know a community where most of their children were taken away from their community. And when they came back, they didn't fit in anymore. And they have struggled for years, decades, trying to get back to be a community. They lost 10, 15 years of being with their parents and being in a community of people who are like them. Shared Path aims to facilitate and support Indigenous and local governments, institutions, and organizations to navigate the challenges of the emerging reconciliation landscape. We all don't know what that is yet. Through research, education, relationship building, opportunities, and resources. So we have put ourselves out there to help you understand. Oh, back. Sorry. So as I mentioned, I've been resident in our community, and I'm known as a planner too. And I was just recently honored to be given the honorary planner role with the Ontario Professional Planners Association, and that it's quite the honor. I have no credentials to say that I know anything about what I do, and I'll say successful in doing. I consider myself a community developer. You just do everything. The other thing, I'm a woman, I'm a mother, and a wife. And in the communities, the people in the communities that you may be planning around all look after that community. And I find in the rules and regulations of this country, they're not part of it. Somebody builds it for them. Somebody makes it for them. And so they're just to use it. And that, as they say, when you think about what
when your next planning decision comes about, I would like you to think about us. We have been in the background and all of our land taken over and renamed, reused with no thoughts to us. Our treaties with the Mississauga Nation said that we could fish, hunt and fish and gather and harvest along the rivers that we lived at, here, right in Toronto, right in the Greater Golden Horseshoe. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. When our people went back to hunt and fish along the Humber, the Dom, the Etobicoke, the Credit, they were told, they were shooed away. And people say, so what happened? I said, they set the dogs on them, they put the fences up, and they called the police to figure out what to do about these people who came back to hunt and fish to survive. And you think, well, we got a new world now. But every one of us has rights as human beings to live and survive and thrive. And hopefully our people will be thriving in the future ahead with the work that Shared Path can do, Shared Path can help you do. And that if you have questions, I mean, I always like to get into discussions. I work with students. I've done about 8 theses now. I'm getting pretty smart. It takes a lot of work to do that. And when people, I do another presentation called Indian 101, politically incorrect. I can say it, you can't. So now I have to call it Indigenous 101. And that in there, I talk about all the chapter and verse of the law of what has happened, why we say what we say, why our leaders go there and they pound on the table and say, we're a sovereign nation. This is my land. And the people don't understand that. And I've added a line to my presentation. I said, we both lived a lie. The governments of the day told us, as the Indigenous people, that we could always come back and use that land, hunt, fish, gather, visit our spiritual places, our special places. And they told the settlers that a transaction has happened and it's now their land and they can do what they like with it for them to thrive, survive and thrive. I said, it's about time that we started to live the truth. The treaties that our people signed, the agreements, the holding of land, the going to use their traditional territories to hunt and fish, it's the law. Somehow or another we forgot that it's the law, that you need to think about our people in all of those planning decisions. And I thank you again for the opportunity to speak here, and I hope that you think about that. Chimigwich, we often say that, you hear it, it means thank you. I was talking to a speaker and he said, do you know what that means? And I said, thank you. But see, I'm not a speaker. My dad was beat up in the school, so he never taught his children to speak. And that, anyway, and I said, well, I think it means thank you. And he says, no, it means it's something much deeper. It means I give myself to you. Chimigwich.
Carolyn, thank you. Your message, your work, and your leadership has never been more critical. 2021 has proven to be an especially sad and sobering year for Canada. Reconciling with the truth of our history is painful, and we know that the process of truth and reconciliation will require a lifetime of resolve from all of us. Shared Path also reminds us and challenges us to understand the important urban frontier of truth and reconciliation.
Good morning, everyone. Holy smokes, it's cool to see this room full of people, friends that we've met in the before times, friends we've met over Zoom and are seeing them in all dimensions. It's beautiful to see all of you. And we want to say happy Diwali to anyone who's celebrating. Just if you're out there and celebrating, you can snap. I don't know if anyone's celebrating today. We are. My name is Zara Ibrahim. This is Kofi Hope, and together we are the co-founders of Monumental Projects. We are so excited to be here with all of you today. And we wanted to tell you a little bit about our journey because, our organization is actually only a year old, and it was born out of a lot of the sort of same urgency, the same dialogue that we're going to have here today. It was, I think Antonio flagged it earlier, that we were sort of conceived at this moment where the world was starting for the first time in a long time to really face these hard truths about inequities in the way that we do things and taking a first step in addressing how these inequities came to be, but also what we need to do to evolve in order to confront and address them. For years, Kofi and I have worked separately and together on the front lines of this work, and we have been working to bring an equity-centered, people-powered approach to how our cities grow and evolve. And it is very heartening. I'm like, I was having this conversation before, that it's very heartening to see that this conversation that for so many years existed kind of on the margins and kind of on the fringe of city building spaces, you'll often hear me say it was kind of the kids' table of city building, is now really coming to the center. And it is so, even just the conversations that we started with today were so heartening to hear that people are trying to reckon with their organizations and with themselves in order to take a step forward into our new reality. Last year, Kofi and I watched a lot of your organizations. We worked with many of you in this room as you started to think about what you needed to do to grow and evolve and bring equity not just into your strategy around how you hire and how you bring people onto your team, but really into what you do and the core of who you are. So what we wanted to just sort of flag, and I know that everyone's really excited about being in person together, but we did want to flag just an experience that we've had over the last year, which has been that these conversations about sort of reckoning with who we are and who our organizations are have been incredibly inspiring and simultaneously incredibly difficult. And we need to all collectively and individually and collectively step into them with humility and with creativity and with some grace for ourselves and for each other as we confront these sort of very entrenched orthodoxies about how development happens. And I think it's going to be true for us and many of you in the room that we reach the edge of our own capacity and our own knowledge and our own intelligence. And I really think that's a good thing. I think we really think that's a good thing because it's at the edges of our intelligence and our knowledge that we actually make space for new voices. I loved, Carolyn, what you said about your credentials. I think your lived experience is a beautiful credential. And I think it's at the edges of our knowledge where we start to make space for a new cohort of city builders whose lived experience is part of their important credential, and together really have these exploratory and creative conversations about the future of our built environment and the future of our cities. So we're excited for these messy and beautiful conversations ahead. We're excited to be your masters of ceremony, and it's a very, very packed morning, so we're going to get to it very soon and very shortly. So Kofi and I are going to play the role of punctuating the ideas, try to bring them together, do some sense making, have conversations with you in the break, and we're going to be here most importantly to move the conversation along, keep it on time, and get you to those awesome walking tours in the afternoon. So a quick run through of our program, probably don't need it because that's why you're here, because of these amazing people. But we have our opening keynote, Joel Bakken, author, filmmaker at the New Corporation, who will be in conversation with the awesome Julie DiLorenzo. We will have 3 significant panels that help set the context for ESG as it relates to real estate development and our urban region. We'll have a good discussion of the inherent tensions and resolutions embedded in ESG, especially the E and the S, and I might even go as far as to say the G as well. And then we'll end with a showcase of industry leadership. We'll then have a second keynote in conversation, which will feature former Bank of Canada Governor Stephen Poloz, which will precede the final panel. Along the way, we are going to have 60-second lightning talks, which will be some grist for the mill, and they'll be sort of woven into the program as we go through the day. So all of this will get us to 12:30. We'll have a 15-minute break in about an hour and a half. And we know that it's a really long stretch, so make the session work for you. There's coffee, there's food, there's fresh air outside, so do what you need to do to sort of keep yourself focused and grounded, and we look forward to the rest of the day together.
So friends, we're very excited for the show today. But as fun a day it is, and being back together again in real life, and of course for our friends joining us online, I also want to take one moment to just note the title for today, The New Urgency. It's a very apt title for the times we're in. The past 20 months or so have shown us so much about our society, about how our resiliency is lower than it needs to be to respond to the shocks of our times, how the price for our underinvestments in social systems and infrastructure now needs to be paid, how the reality of the legacies of past injustices won't just disappear if we look away from them. But it's also shown the best of Canadian society in how individuals, neighborhoods, businesses, and government came together to help us weather this storm of COVID-19 far better than so many of our sister G20 nations. But COVID, my friends, of course, was the preview. Climate change, inequality, and systemic discrimination, these are the entrenched challenges of our age. The work we all do in the real estate development space plays a critical role in the solutions to these challenges. The spaces this industry builds are the backdrops of our lives. They're the places where social capital is built, where relationships across cultures are made, where intergenerational wealth is created. They are the places we literally run to for shelter from the storms that brew in our world. And so at Monumental, we're so honored to be here today, where we're going to share best practices and co-create solutions to the urgent 21st century challenges before us. And so thank you. Thank you for joining us today for these vital conversations. And I know Zara and I are really looking forward to the program that has been put together. And on that note, let's start the show. Zara, are you ready to introduce the introductory keynote?
Imagine if I said no. Okay, well, we would love to welcome our opening keynote speaker, Joel Bakken, professor, author, and TIFF featured documentarian. And just to echo Antonio's comment, this symposium, and just a shout out as you meet people who've been working on this symposium, holy smokes that they ever been working hard. So just give them a thanks. And they've really been working to make it a provocative conversation. And I think Joel, just what I know of you and what we've learned about you, I think you will accomplish this right out of the gate. So we're very pleased to welcome you to the ULI Toronto platform. And Joel will be joined by Julie DiLorenzo from Mirabella after his address. Joel.
Thank you very much. It's always fun when I'm introduced as having the job of provoking. I'm a little concerned because you all have those lovely Swiss Army knives in front of you, so I don't want to be too provocative. All right, well, thanks Kofi and Zara and Richard Joy and the ULI for inviting me here today, to Julie DiLorenzo for her fabulous leadership and for generously supporting this talk and my visit to Toronto. And I'd also like to echo the earlier land acknowledgement and Carolyn King's words and express my own gratitude and love to the First Nations peoples of this territory and who live here now. So this is really exciting for me. I want to thank all of you for coming. It's my first talk in nearly 2 years where I'm actually in the same room with the audience, where I'm not looking at you in little boxes on my computer screen. You look a lot better in real life, and it's really nice. But I do want to thank as well the people who are joining us virtually and who are looking at us in little boxes on their computer screens. Hello and welcome. And as you know, There are two big themes that we need to look at over the course of the day. The first is the new urgency, the increasingly urgent need to deal with a cascade of existential crises, whether it's climate, inequality, systemic discrimination, colonialism, poverty, and let's not forget this pesky and persistent pandemic. And the second theme, notably more positive than the first, is ESG, the phenomenon of companies embracing environmental, social, governance values now at the core of their business models, no longer at the periphery. And I think that's really what's changed since the early 2000s, is we now see these values as baked into the core of what we do rather than simply peripheral commitments. And it's really the meeting of these two big themes that's at the heart of why we're here today, and at the heart of what I want to talk to you about, which is the question, the obvious question, to what extent can the second theme, ESG, effectively address the crises that generate the first theme, the new urgency? And full disclosure here, I'm a lawyer, I'm a filmmaker, I'm an author, I'm not a builder, I'm not a planner, I'm not in the real estate business or an expert on land use. I mean, as a lawyer, I don't know if I do anything useful. You know, when you look around, you see all the stuff you do, people living lives in buildings and whatnot. But anyways, hopefully we contribute something to the world. And even though I'm not in your industries, what I do hope I can contribute today are some, I guess, big picture thoughts from kind of 33,000 feet up about the relationship between ESG and the new urgency. It's a relationship I've been studying and writing about for the past 2 decades. So let me start with this very non-provocative statement in this room. And maybe one that you don't expect, I think ESG is fabulous. I think it's positive and much needed. How could it be negative? That businesses and business people are now aspiring, often wholeheartedly and substantively, to do social and environmental good. This is a better world. And I'm just taking one example here, there are so many, when a leading banker, the Royal Bank's Dave McKay, pledges that the companies making up his bank's portfolios will be taken together totally carbon neutral by 2050. And when that pledge then echoes similar commitments from a growing number, now around 20% in the world, of the world's largest public companies. These are good things. This is progress. It's something to celebrate, as is the entire realm of ESG that these kinds of initiatives are a part of. But, and of course there has to be a but because I have to be provocative, but, and this is really my core message today, like any great idea, for ESG to be truly and fully realized on the ground, we need to be honest and realistic, not only about its possibilities, but also about its limits. We need to be open to criticism about how we're currently practicing ESG so that we can understand how to practice it better. You don't get good at anything, whether it's playing the violin or playing soccer or any sport, without some self-criticism, without thinking about how can I do it better, meaning I'm not doing it as well as I could be. So in that spirit, I want to offer what I hope will be and what I hope you'll receive as some constructive criticism of ESG, beginning with 2 obvious but potentially limiting features of it. Number 1, it's voluntary. It's about voluntary self-regulation. It's not about mandatory regulations, mandatory rules. It leaves companies, for the most part, free to choose what and how much social and environmental good they'll do, and indeed whether they'll do it at all. And second, when companies make those choices about what kinds of social and environmental good they'll do, they make them and really must make them, particularly if they're publicly traded, in ways that align with their business interests. with profit, with growth, with returns to investors. In other words, ESG initiatives, you can't just blue sky. They have to be formulated, tailored, and pursued in ways that serve or at least don't sacrifice a business's business interests. Now, I don't think that's news for anybody in this room. I just think it doesn't often get said. There's a way in which we talk about ESG as though it has limitless possibilities. And so I just think it's worth saying that. Because it's no secret, again, that, I mean, businesses are businesses. They're not charities, they're not NGOs, they're not activist organizations, they're not government agencies. What makes a business, what distinguishes it from other kinds of organizations, and the reason we need it in our society is that it has a mandate, whatever else it might be doing, to perform successfully in accordance with business criteria and standards. And yes, of course, that leaves a lot of room for ESG, for businesses to find synergies between their performance and social and environmental values, for them to find what we often hear about as win-win solutions, or doing well by doing good, or what Harvard business professor Michael Porter calls shared value. And there are many, many examples of that synergistic dynamic. We're in one right now. This room put together by the Daniels Corporation and government and nonprofit partners is an obvious example. And there are so many others, companies' ambitious commitments to recycle, renewables, carbon reduction, diversity, human rights, and all of that. But still, despite all of that, and this is what it's so important to remember, there are real limitations when, as is the case, companies can only do the kinds and amounts of ESG good that plausibly connect to helping, or at least not hindering, their businesses doing well. That, I'm going to say, is certainly better than nothing, but it also falls far short of what we need to address the magnitude of the crises we face, the vastness of the new urgency, and the massive coordination and mobilization of resources that we now need. Business can't do the job on its own. And that's a point I'm going to return to in a moment, and the implications from that point. But before getting to that, I want to make another point, which is that because of ESG's inherent limitations, the fact it's voluntary, unregulated, and must always align with business performance, there is a real risk that it can be used, whether wittingly or not, to mislead and to deceive. We all know about greenwashing. It's the obvious example when companies loudly and falsely claim fidelity to ESG values, but they don't do anything, or they do very little to actually advance those values. Now, the good news is, and it is good news, that that kind of blatant greenwashing is increasingly rare. It's in decline. Today's consumers are too savvy. We have the internet, pumping out information about companies and products. And today's investors, especially institutional investors, banks, pension funds, and so on, are way too demanding of real ESG performance. Companies simply can't get away anymore with doing little or nothing. And most of them genuinely try to do a lot, try to pursue ESG values in significant ways. So that's all the good news. The bad news is that even when they do that, companies' core business models and practices often contradict the very ESG values that they proclaim. And a few examples, here's one. The manufacturer Honeywell, you all know about if you have, defrosters and dehumidifiers, all that kind of stuff. Well, a few years ago, the company built a new LEED gold certified plant in Kansas City that is truly a model of sustainability. But when you look at what goes on inside the plant, the manufacture of nuclear weapons, it doesn't line up with what a lot of us think about ESG values. Or British American Tobacco, a company that boasts nurturing biodiversity around its tobacco fields. But again, what are those tobacco fields being used for? Making products that addict, kill, and make people ill. Products that the World Health Organization has said are inherently contradict corporate social responsibility. Now, you're saying, okay, weapons, cigarettes, those are easy targets. We all know that most ESG investment funds and whatnot exclude those kinds of things. We're on it. We've dealt with that. But the problem is that the same dynamic happens in other kinds of companies too, like Amazon. Amazon promises in the wake of George Floyd's brutal police murder to, quote, stand in solidarity with the Black community in the fight against systemic racism and justice. But somehow that doesn't stop the company from aggressively and unfairly fighting against the efforts of the 70% in the United States, 70% African American and other minority workforce to improve their working conditions and to organize unions. Recently, there are allegations that the company has been firing and disciplining employees for taking parental leave or trying to during the pandemic. Then there's Coca-Cola, which as part of its campaign to boost bottled water sales worldwide boasts of using plant-based to make its bottles, which is great in and of itself. But when you look at what sustainability experts say, the product itself, which they're using this marketing tactic to grow markets for, single-use bottled water is inherently unsustainable. And finally, returning to Dave McKay, who we opened with, and his Royal Bank of Canada, what do we make of the bank's impressive commitments on climate change when we know that it's one of the world's top fossil fuel funders, number 5 globally, number 1 in Canada, and it's still significantly invested in coal. So now my point is not that these companies and others engaged in similarly contradictory behavior, it's not that they haven't taken important, laudable ESG steps. They have. The problem is that the impacts of those steps, albeit substantial in many cases, are dwarfed by the counter ESG practices that lie at the hearts of their business models. So it's no longer just old style greenwashing where the company does little or nothing. Now it's more nuanced than that, more complicated than that, and perhaps for that very reason, more dangerous. And then there's a further related problem, and it's a problem we all have. It's a problem with being human, not only with being in business. And that is that it's not always clear or controversial what is good and what isn't good. We're all trying to do good, but what is good? The concept of good is what philosophers call a contested concept. We don't always know what it is, and we often disagree where it lies. As Carolyn talked about, the quote, good intentions behind the residential schools look pretty bad from this perspective now, and certainly from the perspective of Indigenous people at the time. So when a company proposes a plan or a project to do some social or environmental good, we can't take it for granted. We really need to think about whether that proposed good is actually good. And again, some illustrations going back to Coca-Cola. The company markets a fortified orange-flavored drink in India called Vitingo, which it promotes as a remedy for malnutrition among young, very young, and school-aged children. But the problem, in addition to the fact there's little evidence that it has much positive health effect, the problem is that just one serving of Vitingo exceeds the World Health Organization's recommended daily maximum sugar intake for a child. And this at a time when childhood obesity is reaching crisis levels in India, often intertwined with malnutrition, all of which raises real questions about how good Coke's purported good really is. Then another example, the oil and gas industry's campaign to intensify natural gas production on the ground that, as former BP chief Lord John Brown told me in an interview, he told me, quote, it's impossible to displace carbon fully for a very long time. And that's why we need natural gas to fill the gap before we get to renewables. Well, is it really impossible? When scientists, including those of the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, are sounding the alarm, saying not only that it's possible, but that it's essential we move quickly, immediately, urgently to renewables in order to avoid catastrophic consequences. So when you look at it in that light, there's real concern that the fossil fuel industry's story about natural gas being good may actually be slowing the pace towards renewables and thereby increasing the risk of climate catastrophe. Not a good thing at all. One final example, and it's something you'll all be familiar with in your industries, and that's carbon offsets. Carbon offsets are typically understood, believed to be good. Yet recent studies reveal that offset programs fall far short of their promises, which means that what they do is they effectively license companies to continue spewing greenhouse gases into the atmosphere without there being corresponding carbon reductions, leading to a net increase, not a net decrease or even neutrality. So that's why, among many others, Pope Francis is a critic of carbon offsets. He calls them, and I'm quoting from his encyclical, he calls them, quote, a ploy, a quick and easy solution under the guise of commitment to the environment that will not help reduce the emission of polluting gases worldwide. And it's not just the Pope, His Eminence's views are strongly supported by the science, including by the recent UN Environment Programme's 2021 Emissions Gap Report, which states that, and I'm quoting again, large numbers of offset projects don't fully represent additional carbon benefits. There's lack of clearly defined rules and robust accounting mechanisms to track progress and deliver real emissions reductions. Now, I'm not saying, and I assume some of you rely on carbon offsets in your businesses, I'm not saying that carbon offset programs won't be part of future climate mitigation, real mitigation, especially if they're improved and made more rigorous. But in the meantime, we can't operate on the presumption that existing programs are actually as good as they're often made out to be. We need to question, not presume, which really is my overarching point here, not only about carbon offsets, but about all plans and proposals by companies to do social and environmental good. What is good? We need to think about that. Okay, so I've shared some criticism of ESG, some thoughts about its limitations. You've listened patiently and graciously. I haven't seen anybody reaching for their knives. And it would be more than reasonable for you to be thinking, well, that's all fine and good, but what do I do with that? What do I do when I go to work tomorrow? And again, while I'm probably the least knowledgeable person in the room about your particular industries, I do think I can offer some useful general thoughts about how to move from criticism of ESG, like those that I've been developing, to action to make it better. And so let me begin with this thought, which is really implied in everything I've said so far, and that is that despite ESG's various limitations, there's still a lot of good that can be done to advance its values. And we need to be imaginative. We need to be ambitious. We need to push the envelope as far as we can. There is an envelope, but it can be pushed. We need to dig deep to find synergies between ESG values and business success. We need to think broadly. We need to think in the long term about where business, social, and environmental values converge. And I'm sure that's what a lot of you are doing, and that's wonderful. But at the same time, it's important that when we do all of that, we also think critically. We try to avoid falling prey to the kind of hype, Kool-Aid drinking, bandwagon jumping, whatever you want to call it, that ESG can sometimes attract. I spent some time at the World Economic Forum meeting in Davos for my film and book. I was shooting there. And it's incredible just how Kool-Aid-ish ESG is in Davos. There's very little critical insight about it at all, at least that I could see. We have to avoid this culture of presumed positivity that effectively discourages asking the hard questions, and that can therefore encourage complacency. So we really need to have some healthy skepticism and ask those hard questions like, are we going as far as we can within the limits of ESG? Are we pushing that envelope and asking others to do the same? Or are we being willfully blind or worse, strategically deceptive in relation to counter ESG practices within our companies? Are we hearing, and even better, inviting fair criticism of our practices from civil society, from government, consultants, NGOs? Are we then genuinely trying to address the concerns we hear? Are we asking hard questions about whether what we think and intend to be socially and environmentally good is actually good? Do our conceptions of what's good line up with the actual needs and perspectives of the communities and stakeholders we impact? Have we consulted those communities and stakeholders fully and fairly? And in doing, and this is particularly important for Indigenous communities where there are actual constitutional obligations to consult. And in doing so, have we had regard to those communities' social, cultural, and economic diversity? Are the ESG decisions we make sufficiently informed by independent expert evidence and research from scientists, consultants, scholars, NGOs, especially in relation to the probable real-world impacts of those decisions? So those are what I think are some really important questions that need to constantly be asked, need to be asked on an ongoing basis. And I'm sure there are others you can imagine, and I urge you to imagine them. But before I conclude, and I'm almost done, a couple more minutes, I have just one more point I want to make, and it's important. I mentioned earlier, and I promised to return to, the idea that ESG, even when working well, is not enough to meet the new urgency, to solve the crises we face. Business needs help. It needs leadership. It needs resources from other places outside of business, and chief among them, from government. Now, I'm not suggesting that governments are perfect, far from it. They're limited in their own ways, and they often fail miserably at doing what they're supposed to do. But governments do have unique capacities and characteristics that businesses lack, ones that are rooted in different institutional makeups and imperatives. Governments are democratically accountable to all citizens, not only accountable to their investors and shareholders. They're legally mandated to protect and promote public interests, not only the interests of those investors and shareholders. They're empowered to create and enforce mandatory social and environmental rules and to raise revenue through taxes, which they can then use to finance social and environmental initiatives. Governments can, to take a few examples, fund innovation of green technologies, they can boost emission standards, they can tax carbon, enforce human rights and labor standards, provide programs to ensure all citizens have access to healthcare, education, housing, job training. Protecting and promoting environmental and social values, ESG values, is at the core of what governments are supposed to be doing and what they're equipped to do in a democracy. Which is why there is a particular tendency within the ESG movement that I find deeply worrying and that I've criticized in my writing and that I'm going to urge you to avoid. And it's namely the claim that some business leaders and organizations have, and again, I saw this a lot in Davos, that because companies now embrace ESG values, government can and should retreat. They should step back from protecting those values. Richard Edelman, who many of you may know, the guru of all business gurus and a passionate advocate of ESG, articulated this notion for me when I interviewed him in Davos. He told me that because corporations had now become, quote, good actors, had now become, quote, agents of change, as he described them, they could, quote, fill a void left by government. I followed up by asking him whether companies filling that void, couldn't that even have the unintended effect of diminishing democracy? Because whatever else you might say about companies, they're not broadly democratic in the way that governments are. And his answer to that question was this: I'm not much of a believer in political citizenship, Richard Edelman said. I actually believe much more in the power of the marketplace. And he's one of the good guys of contemporary capitalism. And so I have to say, when I heard Richard Edelman so casually dismiss political citizenship, which by another name is democracy, out of a preference for markets, I found that chilling. And even more so, knowing that his words reflect a common sensibility among some of today's business leaders, those who champion their company's protection of social and environmental values while they forcefully lobby governments to retreat from doing the same. So in addition to my other suggestions today about how we can avoid some of the pitfalls of ESG and aspire to realize its full potential, let me add that we really need to take seriously the G, as well as the E and the S in ESG. We really need to think about how our companies and businesses more generally can have relationships with government that aren't about reflexively resisting regulations, resisting taxes, resisting public programs, seeking privatization, but that accept and respect, indeed support, government's distinctive mandates to protect robustly and promote the public good and to democratically reflect the people's will. In other words, we need to recognize that government, though distinct and differently mandated than business, is nonetheless a crucial ally and partner in promoting social and environmental values, ESG values, and thereby in helping create a better world. So thank you very much. I'll stop there.
Just one small housekeeping item. Someone parked their private plane, the blue Honda, and it needs to be moved. I'm actually not kidding. So if someone has that vehicle, they need to move the car. Joel, thank you very much. We purposely kept my time small because I know Joel's work, and that's why Joel's here. And you're wrong about the law, because I was introduced to you again through my corporate social responsibility course at University of Toronto master's program. And I was haunted by the corporation when I first saw it 10 years ago, but even more, the version now that demands that government participate in this urgency. And so the law is fundamental to that journey. ESG can inspire it, but the law is fundamental to actually having transparency and accountability. A question for you. We thought we'd approach it with a, oh, who am I? Oh, I'm Julie DeLorenzo. I thought people knew that. No, just kidding. I'm Julie DeLorenzo, a real estate developer. I can't believe to say this for 40 years. I'm not here to advertise the things we do. We do them quietly, but this is compelling and this is haunting and this is urgent. And this is part of my next journey, having a master's of law, to see how legislation can provide a backbone for ESG. So here's a question that sets that tone. Germany is considering supply chain accountability for corporations, not only for human rights, but in regards to environmental impact. i.e., you can't claim ESG locally if you're polluting a river in Bangladesh. You can't use stone extracted or transported over high footprint means and claim LEED Gold here. Do you see more mandatory ESG-like government initiatives crossing sovereign boundaries, like the recent move under the OECD recommendation for minimum corporate taxes? What would likely happen with supply chain accountability is the production would be more local, a smaller footprint, where standards and obligations can be managed in a transparent way. What are your thoughts?
My answer is yes, absolutely. When we look at the current OECD initiatives on taxes, which the US administration has thankfully sort of put some fuel behind, when we look at what's happening in Europe in terms of climate targets and in terms of real enforceable norms concerning trade products and services that are coming into Europe from elsewhere. These are really inspiring examples, but we can also go way back to the 1970s and 80s to the Law of the Sea conventions, where countries got together and created international norms about how the oceans would be used and how they couldn't be used. And so I think the spirit of the question is, do we need strong, enforceable, international solutions to deal with the problems we face? And the answer is absolutely, because we have a strong, enforceable international economy. With the exception of the last couple of years, with COVID and interruptions in supply chains and everybody staying home and not traveling and all of that, we are on a course, and I'm sure it will continue, of more and more globalized integration, less and less differentiation in terms especially of trade of goods, trade of services, and so on. And so the only way we're really going to be able to address environmental and social problems is going to be through that kind of international supply chain governance, and also domestic measures that have international reach, like what Julie's talking about in Germany, where you essentially say that certain goods are hot. That's a term that comes out of the labor relations context, where certain goods are being made, for example, in a non-union shop, so they're hot and you have to boycott them. But in a much broader way, if certain products are being manufactured, rugs, for example, in Pakistan by enslaved child labor, then that is something that simply can't come into the country. And so a lot of countries are beginning to experiment with that kind of thing. I think we really need to step up those initiatives. I think Germany is providing a good example of that. And I think the tax agreement and the EU climate program are two really good examples as well.
Great. Just for your reference, also in the enabling legislation of publicly traded companies in Germany, a union member needs to be on the board of directors. So there are mechanisms and tools that ESG principles can have that backbone. The context of the next question, and again, this is not self-promotion, we will be working on a 100-unit dwelling facility for the Brothers of the Good Shepherd. So we're not against affordable housing by any means. We're commenting in the next question about the vehicles to get there. So the question is, I'm afraid in my career, I have seen a large schism between the government and private sector. For example, municipal regulations demand larger 2-bedroom suites, thereby increasing costs. But the market can make and clients want more affordable 2 bedrooms. Two silos, government and private sector, working in a counterproductive way. We recently have the example of inclusionary zoning just passed in City Council, noble intentions. Inclusionary zoning is an ideal. We all support it. Housing must be inclusive. But Toronto is one of the only, if not the only, IZ plan without assistance such as density bonuses or waive DCs. The IZ policy taxes housing to create housing. This is only my opinion, but will increase the cost of new homes and reduce new housing supply. Why is the government predisposed, Joel, to hand the obligation back to the private sector? In the early 90s, the provincial government built more affordable housing than in the 40 years since. It was paid for from general coffers. What happens when the government pushes responsibility for social well-being, like the human right of affordable housing, to corporations and the private sector?
That's a really great question. And I just felt, as some people were nodding and shaking their heads, that the issue of inclusionary zoning might be something that is provocative in this room. Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, it gets back to the point I was making in my talk about how what some people seem to be good or intend to be good isn't necessarily good. And this is an example coming from the government side of that. I think one way to look at this, and pardon me for being a bit of a professor here, you know, it's always, there are 3 ways to do this. But there are 3 ways to do this. There are really 3 ways to deliver housing in an equitable way. One is to rely on industry just to do it. In other words, just to say that through all their voluntary ESG and good intentions and all of that, they will do it. I think that it's pretty well clear from the talk that I gave, and I think from looking at reality, that that's not going to get the job done, to just have complete voluntary approach to it. The second way is to regulate. In other words, to say to the private sector, you're going to do it, but we're going to regulate how you do it. So we're going to impose standards. That is the inclusionary housing approach that's been taken, the inclusionary zoning approach that's taken. Now, what you can say about that, and I'm not sure, I'm not up on the topic, and I'm not sure what people think in this room, and I have a sense when I put this idea out there, the arguments will develop at the tables and among the tables, but this is what I think. I think that there are some people in the room who think inclusionary zoning is a good idea in principle, but the particular proposals of the government are lousy, are deficient in some way. I think some people will take that position. Other people will take the position that inclusionary zoning is just a bad idea altogether. And so you may have those arguments. But we can all agree, and it's good to all agree sometimes, we can all agree probably that the current approach to inclusionary zoning as a regulatory tool is deficient, is not good. So the third kind of basket, the third way that government can do things is it can do them itself. It can do them by building, getting you guys to build for it, social housing. And it can fund it, and it can sort of direct the policies and programs and what it should be and who should have it, and it can all be done by it. So there, it's not downloading it to the private sector there. It's simply taking it on, and it's using its revenue in order to provide a public service in the same way that government provides public schools, in the same way that government provides water. So the idea is that there are certain things that are essential and that should not be left to the market, and that should be provided by government. And housing is one of them, would be the argument in terms of this third approach. The fact that government is committed to the second approach, the regulatory approach, means that it no longer thinks that housing is in the third approach, the public provision approach. And I think there's a good argument that it should be. There's a good argument that you'll have a more coherent, you'll have a more workable way. And I sense that this is the spirit of Julie's question. If rather than downloading it to the private sector and telling them how to do it, government simply does it as a public program. I'm going to say, I think, and I'm not an expert on this at all, but my general intuition would be that that might be the better way to do it than to get into this regulatory quagmire that the government is currently in. The problem with the third approach is it requires money. It requires revenue in the government. And I see people laughing at that. Of course, that's the problem. That's always the problem. Right. So that means they need to raise revenue. And the only way government can raise revenue is through taxing. And so that's not a bad thing, because we all believe that government should tax. I mean, we cannot have effective government without it, but we're all going to disagree on who should get taxed and how much and is it fair and all of that. So suffice it to say that if you say that housing should be a public good that's delivered by public institutions, then you have to say, so we either need to change the priorities of spending, or we have to create more revenue in the system, which means more taxes. And then we have to talk about who should get taxed and how much and what is a fair tax system. And personally, I think we need to have that discussion. So my position would be, yes, housing should be, a certain social housing should be a public good. It should be in the public system. And let's have that chat about how to, we're not going to impose all those taxes on one industry. That wouldn't be right. We're not going to extract it from developers saying that in exchange for, your license to develop, you're going to have to pay the bulk of this public service. We don't do that for water. We don't do that for schools. We shouldn't do it for housing. So we have to think about a model. But I think we need to have that discussion. But the point is, it does get very complicated. And I think our current government in Ontario, I shouldn't say our, are from BC, your current government in Ontario would rather not impose new taxes. You know, that's not what this government is about. So part of the reason they're downloading it onto the private sector and then regulating it is to avoid doing that. And so, you know, you end up with a lose, lose, lose kind of situation as a result of that.
One short last question.
I hope I have a short last.
No, that's good. Why do you think we've come to a point where the public sector is not as respected as it was once, and when the way you speak to the discussion should be more important than ever?
This is a very complicated question, and yeah, and I'm seeing the sign that says time's up. So, so am I allowed 2 minutes? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Over the last 40 years, thanks in part to a concerted assault by global big business, government has been pushed back from many of the social environmental roles that it used to have. Taxes have been pushed back. Regulations have been pushed back. Us eggheads call it neoliberalism. It has other words, market fundamentalism, whatever you want to call it. Starts with Reagan and Thatcher, and it's still happening. If you decimate government and it doesn't have a positive effect in people's lives anymore because it's been so shrunk, because it's retreated far, then people say, why do I need government? And they elect Donald Trump. You know, this is oversimplified because I only have 2 minutes, but you can read my book, The New Corporation, it's all in there. Not that I'm promoting, but there's a through line that you can't expect people to respect and feel it's important, government's important, when you've taken out the benefits that they see in tangible ways in their day-to-day lives. And when what they see is chaos and mayhem, and they say, obviously government doesn't work. And they're right, it doesn't. But a large part of the reason government doesn't work is because of this political economic policy that we've had, that big business has lobbied for over the last 40 years. And so I think we need to think hard about that. As I say, if you want more than the 2-minute version, you can buy my book.
All right, thank you very much.
Or take it out from a public library.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Julie, and thank you, Joel. One more round of applause for our opening keynote. And Joel, I love what you said, you know, is it really impossible? And I think that statement has so much resonance, you know, in the work we do at Monumental. We spend a lot of our time on the S of ESGs, which I might say is one of the more underdeveloped of the three. And many times when you think about, yeah, how can we really integrate social impacts across our work and into everything we do in kind of city building, it seems very difficult. It seems impossible. But when you were saying that, I just thought about this industry and the fact that it's an industry that does a lot of things that seem impossible. When you think about the skyline in our city, you ask someone 200 years ago what Toronto would look like, what we've achieved, how we've built up the city would have seemed impossible. Remember, my dad said when he was a kid, the biggest building in Toronto was the Royal York. I remember coming to watch Jays games in the 90s and seeing the tumbleweed and all these empty fields that was in the city. And the way we've built it up really would have seemed impossible, but we've done it. And so it can be done in this space. But as you said, social good is a contested concept, which to me means there's no easy answers. It's something we actually have to continue to grapple with because we're really building the plane as we're flying. And you also, I think, gave an important call to us to resist drinking the Kool-Aid, to think critically, to not run from community criticism and feedback, but to really engage with it. And finally, to not underestimate the role that government has, that democracy has in this work. I think all of these points were so important and critical. And for me, really taking away this idea that this is a long-term process, that we don't have a playbook. Today, you won't come with a simple solution on how to do all of this. but it's about, building an orientation to practice within our organizations, a culture that can critically engage, critically think, and has that reflex. We hone those muscles to always be thinking about these impacts and how they're embedded in the work we do. So I know you got my neurons firing this morning and really thinking about this. Thank you again, Julie and Joel. And now it's time for our first panel, the measure of success, the cost of failure. So I invite Gila and company to the stage.
Just before Gila comes up, we're going to run the video. Richard Florida, one of the panelists, we had to record him in advance. So if we can run that video, and then we'll invite Gila and the panel up.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Gila Omar-Kale, VP of Impact at the Daniels Corporation, and I have the pleasure of kicking off our panels this morning with Richard Florida, Vice Chair of Impact at DREAM and a professor at the University of Toronto. Just to set some context, our first panel this morning will focus on the convergence of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and environmental, social, and governance, recognizing that as the fastest growing urban region in North America and Europe, the Greater Golden Horseshoe is a critical frontier in advancing toward the UN SDGs by 2030. We'll discuss how the real estate and development industry are responding and rising to the challenge, and we'll assess if this new urgency is inspiring action or just more talk. So to kick us off, Richard, could I ask to help set the stage by a conversation of the UN SDGs? What are they? Why are they important or relevant?
Hey, Gila, thank you for having me, and everyone. I'm just so sorry I can't be with you. I'm actually with the vaccinations. I'm actually traveling as we meet live, or else I would be there with you in Toronto. But you can see our great city behind me. Look, I'm a lucky person, and lucky people sometimes get thrust in the middle of things they have no business being in the middle of. So I don't know if it was 5 or 6 or 7 years ago, because my brain is mush at this point, but a woman named Jeannie Birch, who's a very eminent urban planning professor at the University of Pennsylvania, called me up and said, Richard, can you help me with something? And I like Jeannie. I said, sure, Jeannie. She said, we have these things called SDGs. And I'm like, what's an SDG? And she said, they're the Sustainable Development Goals. And I work with the UN, and we want you to help us create one for cities. Well, I said, that's a great idea. I work on cities, and I think cities are the key to solving not only domestic problems or North American problems, global problems of poverty, climate change, energy, economic mobility, and opportunity. And so we had a series of meetings in which I think I played a pretty instrumental role. I went down to a UN Habitat conference with our great friend Ben Tidarian and did a major presentation there. And then I was invited, and this was mind-bending, Gila and folks. I was invited to an integration summit of the United Nations, like holy moly, with the suit and the tie. I was there with the mayor of Paris, the head of UN Habitat, addressing the economic and social wings of the United Nations on the importance of doing an SDG for cities. And everyone, you have to remember, it was not foreclosed that we were going to get a sustainable development goal for cities. We were going to get one for climate and energy and poverty and all this other stuff. Well, lo and behold, because of the work a large group of people did with a little bit of help from me, and I wrote a couple of things for places like City Lab, we ended up getting the UN Sustainable Development Goal. I believe it's number 11, and I'll bungle the goal, but it's something like to build up or to create more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable cities. And in my view, that was like one of the biggest achievements. I was just part of the process, but if you ask me like what sticks out in my career, that's one of the big things. Getting that goal ensconced as one of the Sustainable Development Goals that the UN has for the world.
That's amazing. And I've got to say, Richard, you didn't bungle that at all. I think that's exactly what it is, or how I communicate it. I think what really resonates with me is the, sustainable, resilient, inclusive. And that's where we have that sort of really natural tie-in to our SDGs. What would you say is the sort of impact of the SDGs, but specifically SDG 11 locally in the Toronto region?
Well, I didn't have a real sense of this. I didn't even know what I did. And I'm being really honest with you. We got the goal. I'm a professor and a thinker, and I wrote about it. And I would give a talk every now and then and like say to the real estate community, you have to figure out inclusion and affordability. And I wrote a book in 2017, presented it. I think I unveiled it at an Urban Land Institute Toronto meeting on the new urban crisis. But it was really talking to people like you all. And then my great friend and now leader in this, Michael Cooper. And, Michael's a very smart guy and he's very entrepreneurial, right? Which is kind of unique in the real estate space. Although I think Jack Daniels had this as well and Mitch too, but Michael has this kind of entrepreneurial mindset. And he kept saying to me, this SDG thing you're talking about and impact actually has tangible on the ground meaning. And I know you don't think about that way, Rich, but like what you're doing actually is meaningful for the real estate community. And we would just sit and talk, as colleagues and friends. And then one day he said, why don't you think about helping us develop we've already have an impact framework. And by the way, it was well developed. The team inside, Michael and Jamie Cooper, Jane Gavin, Megan Pelosi and now Pino had really developed this thing with his consultants. But when I came in, it was really interesting. I didn't know what impact meant. I'm being honest with you. I didn't know what an ESG was. And I just said SDG 11, like literally in a conversation out of my mouth, blurted the words SDG 11. And I said, what if we make Dream like a real estate firm that's devoted to not just ESGs in the abstract or SDGs in the abstract, but SDG 11? And everyone said, that's a great idea. Let's do that. So then, of course, the team did the hard work. And I'm sure you've done this, Hila, too, because you're the vice president. I'm the vice chair. Big picture. I'm sure you've done this. Then the team worked through the actual verticals of making that an accounting framework. But look, how do I think it benefits Toronto? I don't think the government can do this stuff. I mean, look, I'd love it if the government had the resources to solve the problems of inclusivity, diversity, multiculturalism, the mosaic, affordable housing, resiliency, but it doesn't. And the capital markets do. And so this idea of building public-private partnership is something I've devoted my career to, but always at the local level, like in a place like Pittsburgh, where I live, helping the foundations and the government and the private sector do a renaissance, or helping in other cities. I never saw the impact of the large-scale capital markets and big real estate development operations and funds in partnership with governments and philanthropic foundations. So look, I think what you've been on to longer than me is the only way we can begin to solve these problems. In Toronto, of course, we're a very advanced city, fastest growing, one of the top tech communities in the world. But also when you look at less advantaged communities right throughout our country, in North America and then around the world, I think it's going to have to be this new kind of public-private partnership around these sustainable development goals that are going to, if we can, begin to make a dent in these big, big global problems.
They are big goals. And I want to just dive a little deeper in what you said, Richard, about it not being necessarily the role or even within the capability of government, and where capital markets and corporations come in. There's partnerships. And then, what is it that the real estate and development industry could do specifically, in terms of whether it's resiliency or inclusivity, but what are some of those actions that we as an industry have either started to take or could start taking to move that needle?
Well, I'm a newbie in all of this, so take this all with a grain of salt. But before I joined Dream and before I learned about impact and SDGs and how they impact the real estate community, I am a professor at the University of Toronto, and I helped to build up the Urban Lab at the Shack Institute at NYU, which is arguably the largest real estate professional program in the world. And what I began to see as we went through the 2010s into up right before the COVID pandemic is that, for better and worse, the real estate community was being viewed as the enemy. I think that's somewhat less the case in Toronto. It is certainly very much the case in San Francisco or New York, that regular folks began to see the real estate community building, steeples for the global rich, building up, these beautiful condominiums, tower condominiums with these beautiful grounds and artistic, surroundings. But they were for the 0.001%, the super rich, and began to see the real estate community as sort of the agents of gentrification, and in many cases, rightly so. And so I began to write about how the real estate community had to step up. So look, for those of you in the real estate community, if you don't do this, you're going to risk, you go at your own peril. You're already seen as kind of a black hat. And there, I don't see you that way. And I know real estate, but lots of people and lots of political actors, particularly political actors on the progressive left, see you that way. So it's in your, and this is what I was writing from my point of view as a scholar. It is in your interest to do the right thing. It's in your interest to embrace these goals of inclusivity and sustainability and resilience. It's in your interest to build a stronger city where working people and middle-class people have a chance, where they're not priced out, where they don't feel angry. So that's what I think. And I think, you are in a leading organization, Hila. We're lucky. I think we at DREAM are a leading organization, but we're, what I always tell Michael is we're so far ahead of the market, and the market is going to judge us a lot on return. And fortunately, we both work for organizations that can generate return. But these social goals are critical if we're going to survive over the long run. If we just generate great returns, but do that in a way that's not socially useful or socially and economically impactful, we're not going to do something that's meaningful and purposeful, but two, we're going to generate a lot of political heat. And I think that one of the great things is that our federal government in Canada really believes in this. And our local and provincial governments are beginning to believe in it. And that we have the opportunity to do projects that can move the needle, not only for Toronto, but the world. I mean, look at what you've done, right? You guys have done in your projects. Look at what we're trying to do with Zibi, our Indigenous hub, and the West Don lands. Look at the conversation, around Quayside, this ongoing conversation around Quayside that's going to make something, I think, whoever does it, phenomenal. That's pretty amazing to think that we could pilot these projects. And one of the things, sorry to run on, but I'm a professor. In my other hat, I think we should set up a lab, all of us on this panel, really. We should have a lab, looking at development in Toronto. This is something I've been trying to do with the School of Cities, and Karen's part of this conversation today. We should have a laboratory here in Toronto which assesses impact and really develops these frameworks and shows that when we can do future development, we can use them, but also we can export that darn thing to the world. So look, I'm just happy to be a part of this.
Thanks for that. I mean, so much there to unpack. I'll sort of start where you left off on assessing impact. And I'd say that's probably the challenge I see ahead of us in terms of our impact frameworks and our sort of ESG frameworks, is how do we actually measure that impact? So unpack, I'll sort of look at how cities can reach SDG 11 and have Regent Park and Toronto as one of the models of sustainability, resiliency, and inclusivity. I mean, I think that's a huge achievement for all of us in this city, and something we can't lose sight of in terms of what lessons from Regent Park and our other developments do we take on the road locally, but also globally. So I think you're right on there.
Well, look, I'd argue to you that our banking industry and our real estate industry, everyone talks about Toronto as a tech hub, and it's going to be a tech hub. But if you look at what distinguishes Toronto, it's our banking industry and our real estate industry. What you guys do, Brookfield, Oxford, I go and give talks for investment community things in New York. Half the room is people who are my neighbors, who are managing Canadian pension funds. But look, we've got $12 billion of assets under management at Dream. We have almost $1 billion in assets in our two impact vehicles, the private one and the public one. We want to grow those to over $2.5 billion. We're working on affordable housing like you in the Donlands with the indigenous hubs, particularly Zibi in Ottawa-Gatineau. And I think what's happened in Regent Park is that the world is realizing that Toronto's a pretty interesting, progressive place. And, I'm an American. I'm in the States all the time. I see what's happening in New York. I see what's happening in San Francisco. I see what's happening in Miami. They're not doing this kind of thing. We are really out in front of this market in a big, and that's because we're Toronto. This isn't rocket science. There's something in our DNA that cares about making a great global city that's innovative, that has great industries, but also cares deeply about people, that has a sense of community. I have two little kids. I can tell you that the truth about Toronto is that for some reason we care about community more than any place I've ever been in my life. The best decision we ever made was to move here. So this sense of building community, and when I go by your project and I see what it became, I like to start pointing at people. Look at what these guys did here. Look at this area. This used to be a rundown, disadvantaged. Now, it still is a neighborhood of people working hard, but it's a wonderful neighborhood that you've created. So it makes sense. And I think more of that is to come. Look, this is why we created the School of Cities at the University of Toronto, and Karen's going to be with you. I think this is what we do well. This is why the ULI is the biggest chapter in the world. We are a place that builds cities and communities. It's in our DNA. And I think what it's reflecting is we are ahead of the market. And for those of you in the real estate community, yeah, it might take a couple of years for the market to catch up. But if we stick with it, the market is catching up because, look, here's the deal. You look at a place like Nuveen that holds all of my colleagues in the US, their pensions. You look at these big pension funds, employee pension funds for civil servants and academics. We all kind of have a progressive mentality, right? We want to see a good return, but we want to do good. That's what the people who are investing want to see this. So I think we've got to do it. I think people want to do well by doing good. And I think that's just something we can do better than just about anywhere else in Toronto.
I think so. And I'm starting to see that more and more with impact frameworks released with actual action.
Yes.
I think, we've touched on this a bit, but to go back to it, how do we actually measure that action? And what does success look like?
Well, I would leave that to someone who's far more expert than me, like you or our CFO. But look, what we did, which was so interesting for me, between the big picture and the executable and the actionable, is that I blurted out SDG 11, and then we're building. Look, this was being built before I joined Dream, but we built an actual accounting framework that the accounting department and the people who measure this stuff can account for. So we built an accounting framework that part of our vertical is affordable housing. And we are going to create X many affordable housing units, and we're going to measure that on an ongoing basis. We created a vertical for inclusivity, that we are going to do things which make our communities much more inclusive. And we're going to measure that with regard to the programming and the ways in which we do outreach, the stuff you guys do really, really well, by the way. And we're going to do that with environmental sustainability, climate change, getting our carbon down. And we're going to measure all of that on an ongoing basis. And we're going to report that back along with our financial metrics. So look, it's kind of interesting as a professor to see a big picture framework like an SDG turn into an actual accounting framework. And I think the next step, of course, is to teach that accounting framework. Well, we're lucky, like you guys. I hope I'm not giving away something, but Harvard Business School just did a big case on Dream. That's not out yet, but it will be out, in which they talk about not only how Michael created Dream, but this impact thing, how Dream got to it. And then maybe, in actual business schools, we can teach these frameworks in a much more hands-on way. One of the things that's really important is, of course, in business schools, we teach a lot of finance. There isn't as much emphasis on real estate, and this is particularly true of Toronto. I think we have a small real estate program at the Rotman School. There's one at a couple of other business schools, but I think, people are really interested in real estate. Young people want to get MBAs and do this stuff.
Absolutely.
Teaching how to build these accounting frameworks in a more robust way is a big opportunity, and I think we'll get there.
I hope we get there. As I said, that's absolutely one of the challenges. One is doing the work, but then how do you actually measure the work? Is it working? Where do we sort of, revisit and tweak and do better, frankly? I think that's where we at Daniels are constantly pushing ourselves, whether in Regent Park or one of our other developments, understanding that we can always learn and do better, and that we're not going to get it first every time. And so that would absolutely be one of my maybe words of wisdom to our industry is let's just go out and do that, and we'll iterate and we'll learn as we go. And that, if we sort of sit back to have the perfect formula, we may never get there.
No, I think you're exactly right. And I think this is sort of the main message, that this really, look, I say this is one of the biggest learning experiences of my life. And, I thank Michael and Dream for giving it to me. And the amount I've learned, because a big picture person doesn't really talk about executables and actionables and performance frameworks. Learning about how those ideas translate into actual action is a big deal. And being able to nudge, I guess is the behavioral economics, nudge a real estate community towards those actionables and build frameworks that make that tilt. And yeah, look, it's an art becoming a science. My former dean who hired me, Roger Martin, he would always say something interesting. The key thing isn't the optimizing framework. That's fine when you get there. The key thing is developing the heuristic. The heuristic that gets you to the optimizing framework. And that's where you need academics and intellectuals and professionals and multidisciplinary teams to make that leap. I think we're making that leap, but it's not done, right? This is like early days. We are pioneers, you guys, us, a few others. We are pioneers, and we've got to really fine tune those. The other thing is that we've got to build community. I've been talking to Michael and others, but you and I know this. We have to build a bigger community of real estate impact, right? We really need to, this is a first step doing this today, but we have to build a bigger, robust community that says to the family offices and family foundations and big pension funds that come look at us, be partners with us. We're all fellow travelers at the university endowments, the whole ball of wax, that we can do this together. And I think that's the next step we're going to take. And I look forward to taking it with you and everybody involved here.
For sure. Right on there in terms of that next step being those multi-sectoral partnerships. Let's get those family foundations, the big, corporate foundations in there, because it's going to take us all to get to those big picture goals of the SDGs.
And hopefully I can help there, right? That's one area where I hope I can help. And because sometimes they look at real estate as kind of, oh, that's the people going out to make all the money. Hopefully that's where people like you and I who come to this with a sense of a bigger mission. And, I noticed that even a fellow like Mark Carney has stepped into this phase with Brookfield. So look, it's happening. And I just want to help make it happen with all of you.
And today, I think, is one big step forward in that regard with this symposium, certainly. We talk about how big the SDGs are, how many priorities we all have. But I'd like to sort of zero in on, what you see as the single most urgent issue for our industry today, and for our city today, and how we start to address it.
Well, just to wrap, and then hear from other panelists. Look, I think the longer term goal, the big goal out on the horizon is climate and the environment and energy efficiency and getting carbon to zero or close to zero. But I think most people hear that, if they're not kind of intellectually inclined to go, what does that mean? But that's the big long-term goal. I think the short-term goal is affordable housing. People feel that they cannot achieve the Canadian dream. Like my students at the Rotman School, who are arguably some of the most advantaged people in all of Canada, they'll say to me, unless my parents back me, I'll never own a home in Toronto. Now, think about that. This is not my dad had a 7th grade education, worked in a factory, and he bought a house in New Jersey. These are kids MBAs at the University of Toronto saying, I don't think I'll ever own a home unless I hit the career lottery, or my parents back me. I think it's the affordability one. And I think that's the issue on the minds of almost every Torontonian, and not just people like us. Get in any cab or Uber, ask the driver about their kids. To talk to the man on the street, the person on the street. Oh, my kids studied hard. They went to the University of Toronto or Ryerson, New York. They've got this great job and they can't buy a house. So look, that's the one that I think that's job one. And then once we begin to make that happen, we can move forward on the other ones.
Yeah, and how do we layer in sort of reducing our carbon footprint as we do that? And I think you've set us up nicely for the conversation we're going to have next, and actually taking us all the way through to the next panel, where we sort of weigh if some of those choices are going to be mutually exclusive. So thank you, Richard, for a great conversation, for really getting us thinking this morning, and looking forward to working with you as we start to tackle this as an industry and as a city. Thank you so much.
Me too. What a delight. Thank you.
Good morning again, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience with us this morning. We are running a little bit over schedule, but I think it's a good conversation so far. I'm actually excited about the provocations. We heard Joel talk about the role of governments. Richard Florida then talked about the role of capital markets. So really interesting sort of perspectives there. And I'm really fortunate to have a great panel this morning with some esteemed colleagues who I'll introduce. We've got Deputy Mayor Anna Bailau from the City of Toronto. Welcome. Leslie Nagebauer, Vice President of Impact and Engagement at TAS, and Jonathan Westeind, sorry about that, Jonathan, from Windmill Developments. And I'd really like to just turn it over to the panel to get the conversation started and focus on how each of your work really converges with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and how we're pushing the envelope, as Joel said, on SDGs.
Well, I always look at it in three ways that government can affect the SDGs: through our policy, through the work that we do and the examples that we have, like our official plan, Transform TO, a lot of regulatory work, the partnerships that we establish. And we have programs like the Housing Now, where we're partnering probably with many of you in here to create affordable housing. We just also did a memorandum of understanding with the Miswee nonprofit housing, recognizing the need to have Indigenous communities developing their own affordable housing programs and us supporting them. I think it's important to recognize the different nuances and the programs that we need to put in place. So partnerships is important. And then through our own actions, what we do, because we're also a corporation, right? So we buy, we sell, not so much, we stopped selling land now. We're developing for affordable housing, but we purchase. So through social procurement, through community agreements that we can have and employ and give the opportunity through these community benefit agreements to some people that do not have a seat at the table. So these are the three areas that I think that we as a government can have an impact, that are having an impact through the different policies, and that I'm always trying to move forward in these policies.
Sure, hi.
So we just went through a little bit of a process at TESS. We've had a decades-long commitment to driving impact through our work. We've been a certified B Corporation since 2013, and we just had a major milestone kind of in our impact journey. We released a related impact framework in June of this year. So as a part of that process, we started looking at the UN SDGs, considering kind of where we wanted to focus our energies and resources and where we thought we could kind of help make a change or advance them. And I guess I would say if one takes a really big picture, global, like systems level view of all 17 goals, we found ourselves essentially feeling like many of them were relevant to the work that we do. And to be like perfectly candid, we also felt a little bit overwhelmed going through the goals and the indicators and whatnot. And a consultant brought a solution to us in the form of something called the Future Fit Business Benchmark, which we've now aligned ourselves with. So essentially what that thing is, it's grounded in the UN SDGs, a couple other European-based sustainability frameworks, and the best available science. But it's basically like a roadmap for what it is for any business operating anywhere in the world in any industry to do no harm to people or the planet. So with the SDGs as its base, essentially, it helps you to assess where your business, compartmentalize your business, and then assess where you might be driving some negative impact, face into that negative impact, and provides a bit of a roadmap for how to eliminate that. So we kind of, this approach really resonated with us, kind of a inward looking, honest acknowledgement of where we're driving negative impact, and we're seeking to eliminate that over time. So that's kind of one facet of our approach to impact. Let's face into and eliminate the negative, and then we're also driving positive impact in a number of ways that are in our impact framework. Check it out.
Nice. I'm going to comment on that very quickly because I was making notes as Joel was speaking about good and what is good. And I like that framing of actually let's start by, creating no harm, because that might help sort of us understand what good actually is. Jonathan.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. The SDGs are relatively new on the scene. Really, it was sort of a 2016 introduction, and there's many of us have been working at this for decades in doing nothing but trying to move forward the same objectives. And so we were fortunate in working with a group called Bioregional out of the UK. They've been around since the early 2000s, but in 2009. Who had put together a framework called the One Planet Living framework. And it's a framework that is very much aligned with the SDGs, but in the evolution of real estate, it was really a big focus on S with LEED and all these sorts of things. And there's health and wellness and there's social. And before the SDGs, there was already this notion of we're not getting the whole framework here. We need something that can get the whole framework and social impact. And the UN, as the SDGs got formed, as we heard from Richard Florida and others who put great input into it, they were fairly inclusive in who they brought to the table. And so Sue Whittlestone and Paran Desai, who are the founders of Bioregional and of One Planet Living, were also part of the voices at the table advising. And what it's turned into is now, adopting what we're already working through, but an easily translatable, how do you take the SDGs and put that into a framework that you can report, third party, have targets, third party authentication, and deliver and measure. And so we brought the first One Planet Living framework to community to Canada, which was Zibi, which we then partnered with Dream on. And, that's an example where it has a very clear reporting metric, but you can actually convert that report into an SDG output as well. So you can sort of see the interoperability of them. So it's really a building on the work that's been done for decades and just translating it through this lens of SDGs now.
Thank you. And I mean, incredible to see the private sector responding to the SDGs. But I want to I'm going to go off script to build on the talk we had from Joel and really ask each of you, and we have different groups represented here in terms of private, publicly traded, and then, government, to ask what is the role of governments and corporations, hand in hand or separate in achieving these SDGs, but in our industry more broadly. Jonathan, you were ready to jump in.
I'll jump in, yeah. I think fundamentally our evolution as an industry to get from seeing as just profit-making machines to actual social betterment is fundamental that we get the public, private, and nonprofit partnerships right, and not hierarchical, but truly equal partners at the table. Easier said than done, but the best projects you see out there, like the one we're sitting in, is done in these kind of partnerships that are well structured, where the end game, the best outcomes we participate are seen as where the end game is clear, but creativity is left a bit to how you get there, and the partners kind of figure that out, as opposed to a very structured, defined, you're playing this part, this part, this part.
Yeah, I totally agree. Maybe the only thing I would add is that just given the nature of the work that we do, like community and people are just a really necessary ingredient and partner in the mix as well.
Thank you.
I think we need to do both. I mean, partnerships, absolutely. We have great successes in our city, but I think Joel also gave us a strong message that I truly believe is that we can't step back. Governments need to be part of the solution as well. And sometimes they need to lead the way, and other times the partnership is so innovative that leads the way. But it has to be, I think that those two actually need to be challenging each other. These are huge challenges that we're facing. They only come if we understand that the challenges, as actually Richard said, for the future of our businesses are the same as for the social well-being of our society. We have the same end goal. So the partnership needs to be part of the solution, but so does the government and the regulatory participation, because let's be honest, not all businesses are like the ones that we've heard today. There's leaders in the industry, and then there's the ones we need to nudge. And thankfully, we've had some great businesses nudging them, but I think that the government also needs to put the policy in place.
Thank you for that. I mean, we've talked quite a bit about partnerships already this morning. But
can I just add one thing?
Of course.
Actually, because sometimes the government policy goes against some of the goals and impedes the creativity on some of these partnerships. And I can give you an example. We're currently now going through a review of our official plan. And there's a lot of talk about the missing middle and what we do, and if we want to create equity, how we have to have this conversation here in Toronto. And that's an example that we have to change our regulations as a government. In order to create more inclusion, a better regulatory framework, we need to change, and that needs to lead. And we need to take a leadership role and have the courage to take a leadership role, which also needs to be part of the equation. Not always there.
Yeah, and that, critical checking back and being open to sort of critique and are we doing this well? I think what you've just mentioned, Deputy Mayor, really plays into that. And we'll go back to partnerships for a second because it has come up quite a bit, just to explore, as a government or as a private company or one that's, responding to investors, what do you look for in a partner and what makes a good partnership? I think, Jonathan, you started to hint at this, but maybe we'll ask you to go a little bit deeper into that, please.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's interesting to talk about capital and those partners. That was a voice that wasn't at the table when dealing with these partnerships, say 5 years ago, as proactively as they are now. But it's about alignment. And, so we've created the One Planet Living Fund, which is partially because we've learned through our various projects and various partnerships, if you're starting with misalignment, with whether it be your investors or whether it be your partners you're working with, you're just adding friction to getting to the end game. So it is about finding like-minded partners for whatever the objectives are. These solutions are inherently local, neighborhood by neighborhood, as far as what are the right partnerships that need to get the right fabric to get those outcomes. So you're inherently always finding never a repeatable solution, but an inherently study that specific spot and bring the right fabric of people together that can make it, an excellent outcome.
Sure. Yeah, I think the only thing I would add, and this is, ultimately building partnerships is a little bit like dating, and we're trying to show our good side. But we try really hard to push ourselves to be transparent about what our constraints are, like right from the outset with folks, so that like where the guardrails are really clear. And that, again, sometimes involves facing into some of the challenges or the negative aspects.
It does, especially, I mean, with community and being, transparent about that. I think that's key. Deputy Mayor.
I agree. Alignment, transparency, accountability. I think be ready to be accountable is really important. And innovation. I think it's important to be open to. And when I talk about innovation, is also being open to listen and to innovate. I think it's really important.
Thank
Can
you.
I add one comment to the, because I think transparency is key, but I also think that, one of the things for us as an industry to learn is our transparency also has to include our failures. So we are, talk about our objectives, we talk where we want to go, but unless we're willing to share what we tried and how we failed, we're not growing, as an industry either.
I like that. Transparency on failures. And that's perhaps what our impact frameworks don't capture as well yet. Or the sort of reporting we do is, we report on what we did well, but how can we, discuss and share what we can do better? And in terms of that, I want to get into something that's also come up today, is that alignment or misalignment around profit and purpose, where, a lot of the folks in the room today are representing corporate interests. And, often we look for that sweet spot or that alignment between ESG values and profit. How do you reconcile that in your work? And how do we make sure that there can be some distinguishing elements between them?
Yeah, I mean, it is it's one of these things. It's a short-sighted versus long-sighted a little bit in the context of, especially in real estate, we're blessed. I mean, if we're creating great communities that thrive, they generally have to be mixed income. They generally have to be, so if you're looking at that end objective and you're looking at the, components that do that, and you're trying to do it in a way that creates, because all these things in theory should create less friction through our public process, through our community process, all these sorts of things. So if done right, have lots of ways to enhance the bottom line, but need to be looked at in a far more holistic way than just the traditional kind of line by line speech. So I'd say it's having to be a bit of long term, and also always wanting to continually learn. There is no just repeatable cycle through that.
Yeah, this is something that we're grappling with internally from I would say like a governance or operationalization kind of perspective. And one of the steps that we're taking today is trying to always have that dual lens, even in an internal meeting or an internal report or a conversation. We need to always be talking about and thinking about both. We can go too far one way or too far the other way in any one conversation. So it's just about keeping the seesaw moving and in a balanced spot by always having both top of mind, I guess.
I can give 2 examples because we're government, so we regulate, and how do we think about that profit for that industry that we're regulating? And I'm going to jump right into it because people talked about inclusionary zoning. So of course, this was something that when we were deciding on what to do with inclusionary zoning was top of mind, because the legislation actually required us to do market viability studies. And so this was very clearly understood that for inclusionary zoning to work, market needed to remain as robust as it is. I mean, if there's a decrease in the production of units, not only do we get less market supply, which is bad, and we get less affordable housing units. So not good. So the premises for the policy came around the market, the land value. This is a policy that is being done around major transit stations that are having billions of dollars being invested and extra density in this area. So the idea was, can we capture some of that land value for the public good? So that is the basis of what is in front of us. Recognizing that it is challenging. Yes, there are about 30% of other cities, of the 800 or 900 cities that have inclusionary zoning in North America, that don't have the kind of incentives, but it's a risk that we're running, and that's why we're going to have yearly reviews on the inclusionary zoning, because it's an interesting one. You have the development industry that saying this is not a true partnership, you're not investing, you should be giving incentives, and then you have lots of advocates saying you're not going far enough, you should be requiring 20 to 30% in 2 or 3 years. So, you know, there's both sides talking at the policy, and so recognizing that even though we have market viability studies and all that to back us up, that we need to be paying close attention to it, admitting that there might be some fine tuning that needs to be, and I think that's important. What we're saying is we need to balance that profit that is required for the industry to continue with the public good. So that's an example. The other example is we ourselves need to do that, right? And so, for example, I use this example that we went to the federal government and advocating for money to build more affordable housing because we're spending millions and millions of dollars during the pandemic having people in hotels without a permanent solution. So that is, you know, how do we, it's a much better public good. But obviously we put a weight on the economics of the issue as well. So I think we as government needs to do it for our own programs, but also as we developed the policy, understanding that that needs to carry weight.
Yeah, that there needs to be that sort of consideration.
Exactly.
Maybe on that, and as we wrap up before our break, if I could get you each, please, to touch on, you know, what you feel in your work or in this city is the urgent issue and perhaps one potential solution to that.
Okay, I guess you know what I'm going to answer. Like there's only one answer. Of course, you're rightly, I would say affordable housing. I think it's a big issue, but I think there's always a question that I find interesting that I think we need to get rid of is the environmental sustainability and affordable housing cannot be any longer one versus the other. Has to be hand in hand. And that's how we need to start looking at this issue together because they do affect each other. I think as a one issue, that is the biggest issue that we're going to have.
So not necessarily separating them as part of the solution. Thank you for that. Leslie.
Yeah, I mean, COP26 top of mind, the E and the ESG mix, I hope increasingly is like table stakes for our industry. So maybe I'll take this opportunity to talk about the S a little bit. Like Kofi mentioned, this is perhaps the aspect that is the least developed. I think, you know, we all love to use city building buzzwords in our marketing materials like livability and social capital and all these things. But like if we were to leverage the lab that Richard mentioned for any one purpose, I would say it's like figuring out how to bring the same kind of metrics-based rigor to the measurement on kind of the social side to us feels really important.
Thank you, Jonathan.
I'll be kind of broad and try, but you know, fundamentally, the end game we need to get to isn't aligned with the processes we currently have today in getting there. So if you take something like inclusionary zoning, which again, the spirit of it is good, but it's being sort of done in a way of let's take a process. I don't know, I'm sure many in here have tried to get a building permit sometime recently. It's a very arduous process, let alone trying to put these things on it. Let's take inclusionary zoning. Let's just add it onto the process that's already got lots of challenges with it, as opposed to, you know, a perfect world. You got to sort of step back, look at the end game, and look at this process, you know, soup to nuts, and say, how do we realign to do that? But continuing to just add things to what is a legacy way of doing things is just frustrating, delaying, you know, arguably not getting the objectives we need, the outcomes we need.
Thank you, and I think we're sort of ready for a break and then our next panel that'll actually look at how we bring together things like housing and environment. How do we leverage those to create community benefit? Recognizing that, you know, while ESG is starting to roll off the tongue, they don't necessarily align with each other all the time. So how do we start to focus more on that as opposed to each one separately? Thanks everyone. And I think Richard, we're up for. Okay, we're gonna do a hot take on this panel, and then we'll end there. Thank you, everyone. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much to all of you. That was a great panel. And I just wanted to flag, I actually should say that one of the wins of the planning of this symposium was that we got the ULI co-chairs and Richard saying hot takes all the time. So That was a win. So I just want to just flag a couple things that are in my mind. Leslie, just starting with you, what you talked about around future fit, and I was, Googling and scanning and doing all that and obviously paying attention while you were talking. And the thing that I really love about future fit is the commitment to both process and outcome. So we've talked a lot today about sort of the outcomes of ESGs, but I think the difficult and weird and messy part is thinking about how we get there, who's doing this work, who are on our teams. And I know all of you have a nuanced view on this, but I think, Anna, you then pointed to sort of that integration piece, right? The ESG, part of meaningfully bringing in S is integrating it with the other two pieces. And that's where things actually are a little less clean than it is with E, right? That's where things get messy. That's where we start to talk about power. And I think, Jonathan, in your piece around partnerships, power's so central, because we talk about power sharing across institutions. And then we bring in residents, and then we bring in community members. And this is a conversation I feel like Kopi and I have been having all year, which has been when we come together to actually think about what a meaningful partnership could look like, how do we understand who we are, how we come to the table, and what it means in terms of how we relate and have honest and real discussions. So I feel like you've pulled so many of the threads that we wanted to get to, out for us to start weaving together through the rest of the afternoon. And Hila, I just want to finish with you, because you flagged something really important that pulls on Joel's talk, which was, I think that the baseline around what good looks like is going to continue to shift. And I think that's something that we just have to acknowledge now, as with any change process, good is going to be constantly shifting. And actually, Anna, you and I were just talking about this last week around inclusionary zoning, but around, who those early adopters are going to be. And I think, to Joel, to your point, it's going to be industry and it's going to have to be government working in real time and making sort of the future the past, right? And helping understand what this is actually going to look like in practice. So a huge thank you to all of you once again. Let's give our panelists another round of applause. So we are about to take a much needed break and practice how to socialize again. So we're going to take about 15 minutes. Is that right? We're a little bit behind schedule. Oh, we're going to take about 10 minutes. Stretch your legs, get some coffee, get some fresh air, and we'll see you in a few.
Hello, my name is Peter Ballin, Global Head of Real Estate at CPP Investments and Global Chair of ULI. I'm currently traveling, otherwise I'd be joining you in person. Nonetheless, I'm very pleased to see that my home district council, ULI Toronto, now the largest in the network, is advancing this symposium focused on ESG, the new urgency. Many of you will know that ULI's global mission is to shape the future of the built environment for transformative impact in communities worldwide, with a commitment to connect, inspire, and lead. Over the next 3 years, ULI has established 3 global mission priorities: decarbonizing the real estate sector and targeting net zero, educating the next generation of diverse real estate leaders, and increasing housing attainability in communities around the world. All 3 priorities will be underpinned by commitment and focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion, which recognizes that our communities can only be successful and sustainable if they work for everyone. Thank you for being a part of this milestone moment, and I look forward to working with you all both locally and globally to advance the increasingly urgent challenges that we face. Enjoy the symposium.
At the Toronto Community Benefits Network, Stephen Mennel, Chief Climate Officer at CMHC, and I believe joining virtually, Tim Caldwell, President, Chandros Construction. So thanks, and over to you, Antonio.
Thank you, Remo. Thank you. So this is exciting, eh? We get to talk about social stuff while being social. Is Tim going to join? I think he should be joining by video shortly. But I am particularly excited today. If you could have all been flies on the wall on our prep conference meetings and calls, you would have realized that for me, these folks are among my Jedi Masters. Justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And we're going to be talking about some key elements. Today, the panel we called Unintended Consequences. And this is to point the finger at that perceived false dichotomy between picking the E or picking the S, right? Joel talked about today about making a LEED certified building around which you're building nuclear weapons, right? But ultimately, we're all making choices all day. Do I put all of the green bells and whistles on a building and all of a sudden result in an unaffordable building? How are we in fact advancing both the environmental objectives and the social objectives simultaneously? Because they're not in opposition. In fact, those two things are incredibly linked and inherently connected. So we want to challenge a little bit of the conversation. We also want to acknowledge that as an industry, we've been pushing the environmental aspects. We've been generating a lot of knowledge and understanding, and now even expectations that those things are happening. But we're only scratching the surface on the S side. So the panel today is very much focused on these things. These are elements that are part of their everyday life. They're thinking about it all day. They've been thinking about it for the last hour and a half or 2 hours since we launched this morning, and they have a lot to say. So I'll shut up, and I'll ask our panelists to get us started. And I want this crowd to get to know you. So I'm hoping that right off the bat, you tell us something about yourself, like make it personal, but speak very briefly to your thoughts around the challenge of conceptualizing unintended consequences, and how do we truly advance the S and the ESG. And I'll simply go from one side to the other. Ms. Mary.
Hello, it is great to be here. I haven't been out for a year. So anyways, I am the executive director of the Toronto Community Benefits Network. Something personal about myself, I have a 21-year-old, so she was born in 2000, and she's amazing, the joy of my life. And I drag her everywhere with me. And you know, when I worked in the Jane and Finch community, which is where I had the most exciting time of my career, working on environmental racism and looking at, you know, the community leadership on sustainability, I dragged her everywhere with me. And so when I think about the work that I do, I look at leaving a legacy, a future for her, where she can survive and thrive.
Thank you. Stephen.
Good morning, Steve Mennel, and I'm also, it feels weird to be here after 18 months of not doing this kind of thing, so, but it is great, and thank you for the opportunity. I guess the thing about myself that I will say that relates to this topic is that I've been secretly wanting to do the job that I do for 30 years. I'm what's called the Chief Climate Officer at CMHC, which attempts to bring together all of the aspects of housing relating to climate change. So the financial, the social, affordability, health, all of the elements come together rather than just working on one particular aspect of housing finance, say, or affordable housing. This role enables me to bring everything together, and it's one that I'm hoping will help advance climate and housing as we go forward.
So my story here is that I'm right off the boat. I arrived July 6th from California. As soon as they opened up the border and I didn't have to quarantine, I came to take the directorship at the School of Cities and be a professor of geography and planning. So I'll talk a little bit today about my experience in California, where we worked really hard to implement landmark climate change laws throughout the state and do it in an equitable manner. So that's an experience that led me to really explore the issue of displacement by climate change related mitigation and adaptation. But on a personal note, I just wanted to mention that I reflect every day as a new Torontonian on the fact that my great-grandfather went to the U of T, graduated in 1889 from Trinity College Medical School, left on a boxcar, became mayor and head of the first hospital in Billings, Montana. But that past has really led to me coming back here today, because it was him being able to get an education and then invest in real estate, make money, send his kids to school, send his grandkids to school, then his great-grandkids. And that is something that our young people today do not have, right? So I come from a background of white privilege. That's why I was able to come back. And we want to make sure that everybody in Toronto gets the opportunity that my great-grandfather did 130 years ago.
Tim, I gotta say your head looms about 5 times larger.
Can everyone?
And we'll have to kind of crank our heads just to look at you, but you dominate the room.
Yeah, I can see myself in the background.
We can't hear you.
Okay, it's great to
so
be
we're
here.
all going to get experts in lip reading here. Oh,
can you hear me now?
Nope, not yet.
Okay,
maybe as we can get the audio figured out, Rosemary, I'm going to start with, did that work?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, the virtual audience is able to hear you, but we can't.
We had it
How's
working
that?
yesterday. How's that?
I can see the chat is going on your side. Okay, why don't we start, Rosemary? You talk about a just transition, right? And that's a key concept and a key idea. Can you elaborate a little bit?
When we think about a just transition, and it's something that I've been thinking about for some time, especially, you know, working in the Jane and Finch community with the, you know, the local residents who really wanted to engage with the environmental conversation that was happening at the time, but who felt that they were being left out. And, you know, at the time, there was plans for transit investment by the government that would be beneficial to the community in incredible ways, being able to take them to work and school, you know, in an environmentally friendly way, faster. And, you know, what could be more exciting about that? What could be more environmentally friendly than that and sustainable? Well, the thinking was, what was the plans to make sure that the people who lived in those communities could actually benefit from the jobs and the opportunities that were going to be created by this transit project? And there was no plans at the time for that. And so, you know, not that long after, once the transit project started to come to life, and the first project, the Eglinton Crossdown, was announced for an $8.5 billion investment, the community wondered, how do we benefit from that? This was a transit project that was going to be running through 12 different neighborhood improvement areas that had been identified by the City of Toronto and the United Way as needing massive investment because of the high levels of unemployment, the poverty being experienced, the young people having no job opportunities, no opportunities for the future, getting involved in issues, guns and gangs, and yet there was no plan. So when I think about a just transition, we think about how do we ensure that as we move into a green economy, which is where we need to go to solve this massive climate emergency that we have, how do we make sure that those people who have been left out of the economy are going to be able to get the supports that they need intentionally to be able to participate in the current economy, much less to prepare them for the future. And when we're thinking about the environment and our investment in climate change, we need to make sure that we're looking at those who have been historically removed from the labor market, from the economy, and who are the people who are bearing the brunt of the burden. So that's what we think of when we talk about a just transition.
Tim, say something.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Hey. Okay, I'll introduce myself.
I don't know how much you heard of the previous one, but tell us something about yourself. Let the audience get to know you a little bit. And why do you think the S matters?
Yeah, and it's great to be here today. I'm traveling, so I'm doing this from a hotel room. It's kind of cool to do it virtually, and I apologize for the looming presence in the background there. But yeah, my name is Tim Coldwell. I'm the president of Chandos Construction. We're the largest B Corp certified contractor in the world. We'll do about 950 million this year. I live in Toronto. Something about me personally, I'm status Mohawk. I didn't grow up in the community. Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte, I'm a member. And I've gone on this journey of discovery. I frankly grew up in a world where I was taught to be ashamed of my heritage. And I've gotten reconnected in more recent years, started to learn some of the traditional teachings and language. It's really been a profound journey. And so really excited about the concept of Indigenous reconciliation. My connection to the S and ESG, I also was going to be in a cardboard box on the street if someone didn't give me an opportunity. I've been at Chandos since I was 17, turning 18. I found a second family. I found a community in the construction industry and a sense of purpose that's driven me over the years. And so what I'll talk about later on is how we as contractors and we as developers can have a positive impact in Canadian society.
Awesome. Thank you, Tim. Karen, Rosemary talks a little bit about essentially rights to the city, right? You're the director of the School of Cities. What do you have to say to that?
So the city is the people in the community. The city is about the people, and the people make the city. And you know, our cities are not going to be great cities unless they are diverse and inclusive. And there's a big challenge, I think, that Toronto faces to preserve and maintain and grow its diversity as income inequality rises and affordable housing becomes such a crisis. The right to the city needs to belong to the existing residents and those to come in the future.
Tim, the reason you're traveling is because you're heading to COP26, correct?
That's correct, yep.
Okay. So a lot of the discussion there is going to be around the environmental side. What are you hoping to raise there on the social side?
I think the best way I can come at this is just to explain how we as a contractor can have a positive impact through our supply chain. So a bit of scale, just for a sense of scale, general contractors, 15% of a project's value, our general conditions are fee and we might self-perform a bit. So if it's a $100 million job, we might be 15 million of it. The real power is to get our trade partners to work with us to have an impact. There's a couple ways you can do that. Certainly reducing embodied carbon is a great way of coming at it. But on the S side of the equation, the best way I can describe it is we can hire anyone to push a broom on our job site for 20 some bucks an hour, pay a living wage. Let's hire the at-risk youth who's riding the bus 3 or 4 hours a day back and forth to high school, working 2 minimum wage jobs, trying to put food on the table for a brother or a sister because mom and dad aren't around. We can hire that kid. And when we give that kid a chance, we put them in our apprenticeship program. Apprentice carpenters make 26 bucks an hour, straight time on average. Red Seal carpenters are up north of $40 an hour. We can take someone who is on a path towards crime and or poverty and give them a high paying job in the construction industry that pays over 100 grand a year. And it costs us nothing to do that. We were going to do that anyways. We were going to create those jobs. I sat on the board of the United Way, a couple of organizations across Canada. There's a significant amount of research on the social ROI of poverty reduction. So for every dollar invested in poverty reduction, there's a $3 savings to the Canadian social system. So back to my example of making better decisions around who we hire, we can create a job that creates the over $100,000 a year of tax revenue for government. And if that individual was headed towards support from the Canadian social system, we're likely avoiding costs of about $300,000 a year. That's a $400,000 swing. And that rate there is the essence of social procurement and why we see both public and private owners across Canada making social procurement and the ability of a contractor to have a positive impact part of their selection criteria when hiring a contractor. I think it's a really powerful concept, and I think it can transform the construction industry.
So Stephen, you're setting a lot of policy through CMHC, right? Building a lot of what actually Tim's going to have to be implementing on some regards. I've heard you speak around trying to get CMHC to shift from building only low carbon buildings to actually enabling low carbon lifestyles. Can you respond a little bit to Tim and elaborate?
Sure. The debate about climate change and housing and the responses that we have taken as governments have mostly been about things like energy efficiency, lowering the carbon footprint of the housing itself, mostly through thinking about the operation of that housing, the heating and cooling systems, and so on. But of course, climate change and is so much more than that. And we're trying to promote a concept called climate compatible. And that is housing that that both helps to mitigate the effects of climate change through carbon reduction, but also helps with adaptation, helps lower the risk of climate-related events. And we think to be To be climate compatible, housing has to exhibit both of those characteristics at once. And even within those two categories, it's not enough to just say the house itself or the housing unit, the apartment, the building has to be energy efficient or even zero carbon. It has to enable people who live there to live low carbon or ideally zero carbon lifestyles. Critically important. So then the house or the building in its context becomes important. Where is it in the city? What's the density? Is there transit available? Are people able to live socially inclusive lives? And so it's not just about carbon even, it's about the overall lifestyle that the housing enables. So that's quite important. On the adaptation side, we find that housing is that people who are most at risk of climate-related events, fires, floods, and especially heat waves, tend to be the more vulnerable populations in general. And we need to start thinking about the effects of our policies on otherwise vulnerable populations and how we change that. It's important that we create housing that enables people to not be exposed to some of these climate risks.
So let's dip our toe a little bit into the G. And in many regards, we can't do social things on behalf of anybody. Right? You quoted and said, without us, without us. So let's talk a little.
Success. It is something that has been tried and used successfully in the UK, in the United States, and right here in Canada. And it also starts with the Indigenous communities, because there is that duty to consult. Whenever you're going to build on Indigenous lands, that you've got to consult directly with the community and develop what they call an impact benefit agreement. And there's over 300 of those already developed. So community benefits isn't new. And so when we, as a community labor coalition, coming together to look at the challenge that we had ahead of us and the opportunity, we thought the community benefits process was a really great one because it allowed the community to be centered in that conversation and to be able to intervene in a process that had historically excluded them from the conversation. And so it was a tried and proven, process, but it's something new that we were introducing to the government of Ontario. And so, as community advocates, our first goal was to, we advocated, we went with our banners in front of Metrolinx, board meeting. And of course, it could have been a catastrophe, but instead Metrolinx saw the opportunity and said, you know what, let's sit down and have a conversation. Let's not do it this way. And that's how we were able to sit down with Metrolinx and to be able to negotiate with them to develop a community benefits framework in collaboration, community, labor, the client owner, and then they were able to develop policies and a framework that they then applied to the general contractor. And now the general contractor is trying to roll that out with the subcontractor. So there's a lot of different stakeholders who are involved in this process, but it's important that we center community right there because we have a lot that we can add. We have a lot of assets. We have a lot of talent in our community that is being unused. And in a city like Toronto, where you have over 50% of the population being racialized, it's no longer acceptable where their voice isn't included in the process and where they don't have an opportunity to be able to build infrastructure in their city.
So Rosemary is right up there in the middle of it all. How does it look from the academic side?
So Rosemary has it right, of course. So let's take a moment and reflect on what we're trying to do here in Toronto and in the GTA. There's a tremendous amount of public investment going on. We're talking about transit lines. We're talking about bikeways and pedestrian improvements. We're talking about parks, all of which is going to contribute to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And then we're talking about housing, infill housing development. Somebody told me recently that there's 270 cranes in the air in Toronto. That's a lot of cranes, that's a lot of building going on. That's a lot of money coming from both the public sector and the market. Much of that will trickle down, and I love the idea of these apprenticeships and construction jobs and so forth, but much of it will not. A lot of people are going to walk away making a lot of money off of this. And some of the existing communities, people that have lived in Toronto for generations, or people that are newcomers from Syria or Africa or other places, many of them are going to have a hard time benefiting unless they have the capacity to do so. And that's, of course, where the School of Cities comes in. We are the school of, for, and by cities, and all about capacity building. But it's also where this idea of community benefits comes in. And there's two ways to think about community benefits, and I think we should be doing both in this region. And the first is to just say that these should be citywide public benefits that happen with any kind of new development or investment. And this is based on the principle, as the deputy mayor already brought up, that there is tremendous land value uplift. And that is right now being a windfall to the private sector, the landowners in the area, and let's just recapture some of that for the public benefit. So there's some sorts of automatic benefits that should probably take place with all of these investments, and part of that should be affordable housing in some form, whether it's inclusionary zoning or a whole host of other types of approaches, which I'd be happy to talk about. But then part of it has to be negotiated community by community, and that's where the Community Benefits Network work is so important, because it's developing capacity in the local area, and it's also helping choose the types of benefits that that particular community needs, because what you need in Scarborough is maybe not exactly what you need in the annex. Right? So we need to have these kinds of bottom-up approaches meeting the top-down.
So Karen challenges us to ask who benefits in all of this. Tim, you talk a little bit about how the construction process itself can create multiple benefits, right? It's not just the construction, it's all the social benefits that can come out of that. So how do we make social procurement and a real thought process around all the things that happen in the construction part of the process in all of the, those 200 odd cranes that are taking place?
I think the way I'll come at it is, so we're doing 15 projects across Canada right now that have voluntary CBAs on them. And so those are projects where we said, we know we don't have to do a CBA to meet the municipality's requirements, but we're going to do one anyways with our developer partners. And we've been able to develop a way to meet these impact goals at zero premium cost and have a transparent accounting process to demonstrate to our clients that there is zero premium capital cost. So I think there's a big conversation around, does this cost more? That needs to be fully rationalized. And there's a lot of theories and not a lot of fact on it. I can tell you from direct experience that this can be done at zero premium. So our flagship project that I always talk about on this is First and Clark in Vancouver. It's 86 million. We're plowing 8.6 million of impact spend into local social enterprises at zero premium capital cost. And so it can be done. And really, I think the key to that is for contractors to understand the capabilities in the social enterprise ecosystem. I dare say that we're blissfully ignorant of what's out there and the great social enterprises that we can partner with. And when you understand that, it starts to open up this whole new world of how you can add value for our client. So if a client hires us as their construction manager, they're hiring us to find the best plumber or an electrician. They can also, as part of that service offering, help them find the best social enterprise to help them live out their organizational purpose through the infrastructure spend. That's really what we're focused on. And I think it's not as hard as people think it is. And it takes some leadership, predominantly from the client. The contractor has to be bought into it as well. And then you just peel the onion back and you look for partners that can help achieve the goals in a local community. It's not as hard as one would think.
So Tim, I could hear the audience perk up when you said they could do the S with net zero premium.
Yeah.
Everybody started paying attention.
It is a room full of developers.
Steve, this is not an issue that is exclusive to downtown Toronto, right? You have an eye coast to coast. How do we actually instill systemic change on this front?
Yeah, that is the question. To start with something obvious, good housing and good housing policy, a good housing system and a housing finance system leads to housing that is simultaneously affordable, climate compatible, inclusive, and healthy. It sounds so obvious, but yet very few of our policies throughout the country, including our own at CMHC, lead to all four of those things simultaneously. But I think that compromising any of those four is the wrong approach. And I think the way we get there is by starting to measure things and to consider issues much more broadly. For example, when we talk about affordability and climate change not being compatible, we're mostly talking about capital costs of the housing feel higher when you make the house more energy efficient, the house or the multi-unit building. But that's a very, very narrow view of cost and a very narrow view of climate compatibility. The true cost of that, we need to measure the true life cycle cost of that housing, the direct costs to build it and to operate it, but the indirect cost as well, the cost to the municipality to provide services to it, the externalities created by carbon emissions that the occupants of that housing generate and their effects on our economy. And if we start to find a way to measure these things more comprehensively, I think that will lead to better policy overall.
How are we on time? We can keep on going for about 3 hours if that's okay. I wonder if anybody wants to jump on what's going to inspire action, right? It sounds like policy is, the stakes that don't often work. There's a little bit of kind of peer pressure in all of this, right? And like everybody looking at each other and there's peer pressure. There also seems to be a bubbling up of energy in, all the people who are coming, the youth, into a lot of the development, the construction, all of these things that are kind of changing the conversation. What's going to be the game changer in all of this?
I'll start with a stat that kind of blows my mind. And it relates to affordability of projects. There's a certain point with these performers where it just doesn't work. There's 1.5 million people who work in the construction industry in Canada. In the next 10 years, 700,000 of them, according to Build Force Canada, are expected to retire. That's 46% of the workforce. We have a labor crisis that we need to fix, and social procurement is a huge part of that solution. And finding that talent that we're going to need to build this infrastructure and do the clean energy transition is critical, or construction costs are going to continue to skyrocket. It's something that we really need to focus on as an industry.
If I speak from the community perspective, what I already see happening is that because community has inserted itself or is now a part of this process, we're really starting to see change. So on the Eglinton Crosstown project, the Finch West LRT, the Casino Woodbine, the City of Toronto is doing, has a community benefits framework policy now. The federal government just announced a $12 billion investment in transit for the Ontario line and is requiring community benefits. And we see more and more of that happening. So there is a strong community benefits movement that is happening on the ground that is being supported by all the different stakeholders. And I really love seeing, just the leadership that is being shown by different leaders within the industry. The Metrolinx and Elliston and Aecon and the Carpenters Union alone hired over 200 people just in the middle of a pandemic last year. So this is the kind of leadership that we need to see. And I think it inspires more and more and more of this kind of stuff to happen. And that's why we started the Building Diversity Awards and Recognition Program this year. And we honored some of those great leaders who are doing that, and we're going to continue to do it every year. And I think that will help to highlight and to showcase the positives that are happening, and to allow the industry to see that this can happen and that the community supports it, and that they have the buy-in, to do what ought to be done from the goodness of their heart too.
I hope I'm not sort of avoiding the question by talking too much about the system, but we spoke earlier this morning about approaches to intervention into the system to create more affordable and inclusive housing. And the regulatory approach, I would argue, is good, but it's insufficient. And the direct subsidy approach is very much needed, but is not practical and is not scalable given the politics behind providing the massive level of subsidy that would be needed to solve affordable housing problems. So we're left with, how do we change the incentives in the market? How do we, and not that we would need to be dropping regulation or subsidy or direct intervention approaches, but how do we change the economic equation? How do we change the underlying system such that the private sector will produce more affordable housing that is also inclusive and climate compatible without needing strong regulatory enforcement or extreme levels, not extreme or high levels of public subsidy. We have to change the equation that underlies all of this.
So follow the money. Karen, how do we change that economic equation?
Well, I want to go back to California, and I promise this is the last time I'll talk about California. I'll be Toronto from here on out. But so we started to move the needle in California, and there's a lot further to go. There's homelessness problems, there's income inequality problems. But here's how the needle actually moved. So number one, the politics lined up. Now, this might not happen in Ontario, but in California, the local politics, the state politics, the federal government all turned blue at the same time. That made a huge difference in what we could get done. Number two, the tech sector partnered with the state government to build the capacity of local community-based organizations and made a concerted effort through funding local communities to learn about housing production, affordable housing production, tenant protections, and naturally occurring affordable housing preservation. And so community groups began to become experts and began to know what to advocate for in their communities. And then the third piece was really the academic expertise. And I want to go back to what Richard Florida, my colleague, said about an accounting framework. So what we've been starting to develop is an accounting framework to understand the impacts, the ESG impacts, the externalities of development, and to be able to really cost those out, to build those into our pro formas, to build those into our policies so we understand better, for instance, if you build a 100-unit apartment building, how many residents are likely to get displaced? And then how much affordable housing do you actually have to build? And we're really just starting to have the data, to do the analysis, to come up with the numbers, to come up with a really good, resilient, robust, rigorous analytic accounting framework. And I think that's going to move this conversation forward.
Perfect. So in our last 2 minutes, I want you to tell me in 140 characters so that Richard can tweet it. There's going to be a panel of all developers leading a little bit after ours. What challenge, what idea, what thought would you give that panel so that they can get started in a conversation? One sentence, 140 characters.
embrace community benefits, see the value in community.
Awesome.
Think about all of the four things I mentioned earlier, all at once. Affordability does not come at the expense of social inclusion or climate change or health.
So think about the big picture in terms of income inequality and housing affordability, and don't fight the little things like inclusionary zoning.
And Tim, close us off.
I would say include impact goals in your pro forma. Quantify how much of an impact in your community you're going to have with the building and through the construction of the building.
Thank you. So I hope you can all agree that they are, in fact, Jedi Masters. Join me in thanking them. A round of applause, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We've got a couple of lightning, as we call them, videos that we're going to run, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break just to catch up with our next speaker. So if I could ask you just run, if you're patient, just to run these two videos. And I really also want to thank the last panel. That was fantastic. So after the second video, we'll take about a 10-minute break and we'll be back with Stephen Polatz.
Hi, I'm Celia Smith. I have the great pleasure of leading Luminato Festival Toronto. I think the environmental... Hi, I'm Celia Smith. I have the great pleasure of leading Luminato Festival Toronto. I think the environmental, cultural, social issues that we're facing today are more urgent than ever. And if coming out of this pandemic, we don't realize that your health affects my health, your housing affects my health, your ability to access amenities, transit, education, work affects my health, then I don't know when we ever will. I think this is the responsibility of the corporate sector, the public sector, and the community sector to get onto this stuff and figure out solutions together. And I think art, culture, creativity is an ingredient when added to the mix, dreams up altogether new solutions. When added to the public,
we have to make sure that as we're trying to address global climate change and as we are... Hi, I'm Sandra Odendahl, and I'm the Vice President of Social Impact and Sustainability for Scotiabank. Environmental and social issues are so tightly linked that we have to make sure that as we're trying to address global climate change and as we are seeing at COP26 this week in Glasgow, there's no question that there are a couple of things that we really need to keep in mind. Number one is the importance of the built environment to global decarbonization efforts. In fact, one of the things that we have seen in our own bank's portfolio and the portfolios of banks all over the world is what a significant portion of our financed emissions has to do with the very important lending and financing that we do to support people's home mortgages, business mortgages, and other types of lending to the built environment. This is a really important piece of the decarbonization story in any economy. And secondly, we are not going to be able to solve climate change if we don't pay attention to the social impacts of our efforts. And what I mean by that is the affordability of housing, the affordability of heat and light, the livability of our communities, and of course the importance of access to finance in order to make it all happen. So there's a lot of urgency to this, and the longer we wait to implement this integrated thinking around solutions to climate change, the steeper the decarbonization curve is going to be and the more challenging it's going to be. So let's hope we can all get to work and figure this out. Thanks.
Awesome. Well, welcome back to the last stretch of this awesome symposium. And Kobe and I just keep reflecting on how this feels like the first time to just be out and be reconnected. And we're all kind of just figuring out how to be again. It's cool to play with the muscles that have been in a little bit of atrophy for a while. So before we just introduce the last part of our morning together, we just wanted to ground the conversation and reflect on some things that we've been hearing. And starting with this piece that Rosemary, you flagged around the right to the city. And when Richard was speaking earlier, he talked a lot about sort of middle-class folks. And I think the piece that actually, as you were up on that last panel, we were thinking about was actually we have to push this conversation a lot farther this time, this version of how we think about ESG and how we think about social impacts, which is really about thinking, to Carolyn's point, consciously and at the start of our processes about folks who have been here for thousands of years and folks who have a right to be served and who have been typically underserved, and now we know that. And so it is reckless not to address their needs first as we think about social impacts. The other thing I think that was really sort of great grist for the mill is the right to knowledge. And so we talked about the right to understanding what has transpired before that has worked. And we all hear the hero's journeys, which is great, but also the piece that Leslie flagged around the right to, well, the transparency on failure. And I think that's such a big part of us advancing a collective good. And it's unusual in the private sector to think about doing that. But how do we build a practice where we're discussing those failures, especially in the space, especially at the places where we're trying to integrate ESG? And to Karen's point, I don't see Karen, but she's right there. It's hard to miss your lovely blue. But just the piece around the right to knowledge and the right to capacity building is just something we'd like to seed in everyone's mind. That example of organizations in California investing in the capacity of local grassroots organizations to be able to engage, and the right for us to understand what's happening in these processes that seem big and scary, and everyone's telling us not to worry, the thing that we care about is coming and we're going to talk about it. But how do we get really granular as organizations to support that capacity building of these groups to actually work with us and have the same literacy that we do about how development processes work? So all of this wraps up in that beautiful term we heard earlier, do no harm, which I think is about leadership. And as we go into this final part of our afternoon, just imploring all of you who are excited about this and terrified, but mostly galvanized, to really be thinking about leadership is not, someone else. Leadership is all of you, right? We all have the privilege of this morning together, sitting together, taking the space to reflect and think about it. And so let's not be looking at our peers. Let's be looking at our colleagues on our teams and saying, this do no harm approach that we're nodding our heads about, how do we step into that leadership tomorrow morning? And not wait for a precedent to emerge, but build the precedent ourselves. So just some early thinking, light thoughts, of course, as we go into our afternoon. Kov, do you have a few things to share?
Yeah, maybe I'll just pick up the beat. One piece that has been flowing through the conversation today is around this idea of what is the relationship between the state, between government and private sector to move this agenda forward. And it reminded me of a comment, a good friend of mine, Colette Murphy, who runs the Atkinson Foundation. I'm on the board for it, and we were chatting last week, and she brought this term, some people may have heard this idea, provocative idea, that regulation is the mother of invention, and kind of flipping that convention on the head. And I know for folks here who navigate regulation every day trying to get things built in the city, it might seem counterintuitive, but this idea, if the market is this dynamic force, an inventive force, that when you put up a carbon tax or a regulation around requiring CBAs in every build, that it will actually drive innovative solutions to figure out how do we still make profit while working within this framework. And so I think an important conversation we're having, and that needs to continue, is this dialogue between folks from the perspective of government and the private sector on what is it, because the market isn't this force that exists out there. It's something we actually create as human beings. And how do we shape it in a way, both with regulation and incentives, that moves this ESG agenda forward? And I think some great ideas were coming forth, and I'm looking forward to continuing to hear ideas in our next fireside chat about that mix and how we spur innovation and invention around this critical area, and to what extent the role of the state plays in that. So on that note, and picking up some of these threads, which we'll continue to delve deeper into, I'm going to invite Jenny McNinn, who is the Managing Director for Urban Equation, who's going to introduce the next part of the content for the show today. Jenny?
Thanks, Kofi, and it is so nice to see everyone's three-dimensional face, especially at such a meaningful event and meaningful topics. I just want to quickly lead into Zara's last comment about these days can be very inspiring and energetic, but I just urge each of you to think about which of the topics that you hear today really resonate with you, and you can start to implement and lean into tomorrow. It's the only way that we'll see this change through. So just want to encourage people to not get lost in the macro and the overwhelming nature of the conversations we've had. So I'm Jenny McMinn, as introduced. I am also a partner at Windmill Development, and I'm here today representing the One Planet Living Real Estate Fund, which is a partnership between Epic Investments and Windmill. I'm honored to introduce our fireside chat speakers, both of whom are champions of impact principles and leading the way for our industry. Today we have Stephen Poloz, author of The Next Age of Uncertainty and former Governor, Bank of Canada, in conversation with Richard Wong, partner, Commercial Osler LLP. As mentioned earlier, all the speaker bios were emailed, so you can check those out after. And so in the interest of time, I'd like to welcome Stephen and Richard to the stage.
All right.
All right, good morning. Good morning. I'm Richard Wong, Chair of the Construction and Infrastructure Law Group at Osler. And it's my pleasure and privilege to be engaging in a fireside conversation with the immediate past Governor of the Bank of Canada, Steve Poloz, where we're going to examine the economy, where it's headed, fundamental forces behind ESG, and more importantly, the implications of some of that for urban development. Now, my background is in capital project development, whether it's for the private sector capital projects or public sector infrastructure, like Union Station redevelopment, cogeneration projects for Toronto community housing, modular housing projects, wind solar farms, that sort of thing. Now, before we turn to introducing Steve, I wanted to get a quick show of hands from the audience here. We've got a sizable crowd in person, and wanted to get a sense of how many of you, by a show of hands, are in the government policy side of things. Okay, and how many of you are owners or investors in real estate? Okay, good number there. And finally, how many of you are designers or builders of urban infrastructure assets? Okay, a pretty good mix, I think, of all three today. Now, whatever your perspective, I think you'll agree that 2021 has been quite eventful to date as Canada looks to reboot politically and economically from COVID. And that includes a federal election, federal budget, reopening of industry, accelerated vaccine campaign, embrace of the digital economy, slow pivot towards ESG, and then of course, COP26 in Glasgow right now. Now with that backdrop, and knowing the desire from listening to the previous speakers in today's conference about the desire to turn goals into action, set goals, and then turn goals into action, here's a bit why Steve is going to speak with us today and the importance of his message. So Steve is a rock star in the economic and policy world, and with almost 40 years of experience in forecasting and policy setting. During his tenure as Bank of Canada governor, Canada was ranked consistently at the top of OECD countries in terms of macroeconomic stability. And then at the outset of the pandemic, in the early days, Steve boldly captained the Bank of Canada's economic policy to restore confidence and to pave the way for the recovery, which we are hopefully, fingers crossed, in the midst of right now. So, but make no mistake though, Steve has direct experience in the private sector as well, having been VP of Lending and President and CEO of Export Development Canada. So has a very deep appreciation of the needs of the private sector, and more importantly, a champion of the innovation and the competitiveness of Canadian companies. So with that backdrop, why don't we start, Steve, by looking at the larger economic context in which we've heard some of the debates today about policy and what should be. But over the next few years, as we return to normal, what do you see the larger economy shaping out as?
Well, thanks for turn this on. Testing. Maybe. There. I think I turned it on. There we go. Okay. Yeah, you know, it's all the opposite of the mute button. So anyway, which I've been looking for months. I can't quite find it. Very pleasure to be here. It's nice to see you all, and lovely to be in person, right? I mean, it really is special to be in person. We used to take it for granted, and all of a sudden it's the best treat ever. And now I'm a colleague of Richard's, but that's the first time we met. We've been colleagues for over a year now. But anyway, that's kind of how it works. So you're right. I mean, we've been through a period of intense uncertainty since the outbreak. It's been dreadful. Many people have died and others just really sick. And of course, it's not over. Looking at it as an economist, you see at least that vaccinations are spreading. The world is spreading slowly, actually, but in the major economies quite fast. And so we're gradually getting this return to normalcy, which is what we're seeing here today. Here we are together in Toronto. So it is time, I think, to be focusing more of our energy on a longer term outlook on the post-pandemic world. What things can we actually form views about coming out of that intense uncertainty? So many things today you think, wow, I'll never know what it's going to look like. And, you know, judging by economics forecasts, you might be right. So you remember a year ago, the headline was, this will be the biggest recession since the Great Depression. Well, we all know that didn't happen, right? It didn't happen, not even close. And the reason, there's several reasons, but the most important one, I think, is that we started in a really healthy place. So just like healthy individuals tend to shake off an infection of COVID, so do healthy economies. The Canadian economy, you know, inflation was right on target and unemployment was at a 40-year low. I mean, you don't get any better position than that to be hit by something. And so that resilience has really shown throughout. And it's one of the main reasons why economists have been surprised on the plus side, because they model this event we've been going through in a traditional recession way. And that traditional recession way is like the old story about a recession was your next door neighbor loses their job. And so your next door neighbor, of course, cuts back on their spending, you know, until they can find another job. But you're start to think, well, I wonder if I could lose my job. And so you start to cut back on your spending too. And it's that spread, the contagion of the negative sentiment, which actually causes recessions and causes recessions to last a long time. And we had none of that. What we did was we stopped activity in certain sectors. We offered up policy support. The banks stood behind people. The banks gave people, of course, mortgage holidays and so on. All those things meant that spending actually never really slowed down. In fact, people actually saved money on average for the economy as a whole during this experience. So that means that the whole thing has gone differently than what we normally see. And it's why universally everything's happening faster than economists said. It's why, you know, the central banks are, you know, setting the table for returning to normal much sooner than thought even 3 or 4 months ago. It turns out, of course, it's harder to restart an economy than it is to shut an economy down. And if you've been in a traffic jam before, you know that that's true, right? When you're in a traffic jam, I mean, around Toronto, but they got traffic jams. I live in Ottawa, so we only have traffic jams if there's construction or an accident, but not really right now. No traffic jams at all. Always feels like a weekend. But when you get in a traffic jam, okay, you stop and then it starts to move. But you know, it doesn't start to move like a train, right? With everybody moving at the same speed, right? What happens is it's sort of stop and go, and eventually you get moving again. And that's what's happening to the world economy. You know, if you shut down a factory, let's say you're in the business of making refrigerators and you need the plastic bins to go on the bottom. The plastic bins come from some other country. And that factory in that country had to shut down for 4 weeks because of COVID infections. So they didn't get their shipment onto the container. And so then you're sitting there with these half-finished fridges. And then all of a sudden, 2 containers come full of plastic bins, but they're stuck in the port because there's a traffic jam. Okay, people are getting pretty riled up about supply chain issues. That's just simple traffic jams, and that too will go away. So it's harder to restart an economy in that situation. You're getting price pressures in pockets as a consequence. And of course, now instead of having the Great Depression, we're all fired up about inflation. And that too, I think, will subside as these issues work themselves out. There's a lot of money at stake in getting that fixed. And so companies will be working really hard to get it fixed. Now, inflation risk is not going to go away. I don't mean that. What I mean from that is that there are a lot of forces acting on the economy right now, from some very unusual ones, and ones that are difficult to measure, difficult to read. The capacity in the economy is in flux. The workforce is in flux. People are changing their lifestyles. There's all kinds of things happening that go into the mix of the demand versus supply in the economy. And if there's too much demand, then that'll cause inflation. If there's not enough supply, that'll cause inflation. So those are risks. It just means it's going to take a lot more judgment than usual to get our way through that. But I think that longer term, we do as investors and as planners, we do have to keep our eye on inflation because governments around the world have taken on a tremendous amount of new debt. Something like 20% of global income has been borrowed by governments in the past year. That's a pretty big number, right? And we haven't had that much debt in governments since the end of World War II. Now, the good news is we got through that. And so we can get through this. But the bad news is it makes it really tempting for some governments to lean on their central banks to cause a little more inflation, you know, because it makes it easier for governments to pay back their debts. Okay? Just like if you have inflation and your house goes up in price, your mortgage is the same number it started out as, right? So you can feel how the burden is getting smaller. So that same thing can happen with governments. And so the inflation risk globally remains. Central banks have learned a lot about all that. So I'm confident that we'll be okay on that. But just as, you know, mistakes can happen. And so as investors and planners, we need to keep in mind that inflation is there. It's possible. But right now, I don't think we have to assume it.
Well, we've got investors and planners in the audience.
Right.
Now, let's focus then this discussion beyond the general economic context into ESG. Okay, so this topic is about the new urgency behind ESG.
Right.
So what's your interpretation of that as an economist?
Yeah, well, so I think it's natural to kind of use the pandemic as a point of departure for almost all conversations, really, but including that one. But I think actually the forces that were shaping the ESG future were already in train long before the pandemic came along. Some of them might have sort of become more noticeable or picked up speed maybe in the wake of the pandemic. So I'm thinking of things like demographics. Okay, we're getting a year older every year now. I'm just saying. I mean, I know that's not rocket science or anything like that, but that has an important many important implications, and people don't think about it much. Technological progress has been steady, but actually is picking up speed in the wake of COVID. That's the fourth industrial revolution that we're dealing with. And climate change, of course, that didn't start during the pandemic. The transition to net zero, the forced transition, is putting forces in motion that are going to affect a lot of things. So think about it this way. I mean, obviously the pandemic didn't affect the demographic path that we're on. But as we get older, what we'll do is we'll face much bigger fiscal demands and the need to devote more and more of society's resources to care for the elderly. Okay, so this is just facts. So this goes to the S of ESG. There's different work arrangements and different retirement arrangements that are going to emerge. Secondly, the pandemic has clearly accelerated deployment of technologies. Look what we've just been through. Ultimately, that's going to be, as with every other industrial revolution, it's going to be very disruptive for people. That also goes to the S of ESG. So I think S was going to be really important to us regardless of the pandemic. And finally, governments are taking this opportunity, the rebuilding phase, if you like that term, to make more investments that will accelerate that transition to net zero. Again, that's on the E. And G, I always find G a little harder to position, but I think what falls under G is that the pandemic showed us that, first of all, there are weaknesses in our economic structure. We discovered that there is a disproportionate burden borne by women, okay, during this. And we discovered that the most essential workers in the economy are also the lowest paid workers. And so this clearly touches on the G of ESG. And I think those discoveries are working their way through. So on all fronts, these are forces of nature. It's not the pandemic that caused them.
All right, yeah, fair enough. I think important forces were driving ESG long before the pandemic hit, to sum up, right? So I think taking it a step further then, understanding the nature of these forces, what are some of the broader implications moving forward?
Yeah. Well, so let's look at population aging. I sort of flippantly said we're getting older every year. But if you look back, the baby boom after the Second World War, from 45 to 64, this caused a dramatic surge in labor force growth about 20 years later. Okay, so from the mid 60s till pretty well the mid 80s. Well, what that did was it boosted global economic growth for about 50 years. Now, I don't know but for me, 50 years feels like pretty well forever, right? It feels like the whole thing I can remember. Well, that's the thing. So our lifetimes have been influenced by that 50-year experience. We've become accustomed to it. But what we're about to discover is in the broad sweep of history, that was unusual. That was an aberration. So population growth and therefore labor force growth are subsiding down globally to a more normal, historically normal level, and economic growth will go down with it, and real interest rates will go down with it. And so people are looking at this pandemic like, oh, we're going back to normal, but I don't appreciate the normal that we're heading for. Technological progress, I mentioned, that of course is a constant throughout human history, but it's been punctuated by three major waves. These are, we call industrial revolutions. So the steam engine in the 1800s, electrification in the early 90s, and the computer chip starting in the mid 70s, but going on for pretty well 20 years, let's say. So in each of these technological leaps have been fantastic for society, but have forced companies to either adapt to new technology or disappear. And that is very disruptive for them, but that's nothing compared to what it means for people. So the disruptions are particularly hard on people. Many people lose their jobs permanently through this kind of process. The first industrial revolution during the mid-1800s was followed by what we now call the Victorian Depression. That was over 20 years long, from 1873 to 96. The second industrial revolution in the early 1900s, that was followed by the Great Depression of the 30s, that was 10 years. The third industrial revolution was managed way better by policymakers, so kudos to them. We didn't get a Great Depression out of the third industrial revolution, but you'll remember the term jobless recovery from the 90s and the 2000s. That was what was the best that we could do was grow the economy, but not growing the jobs. Okay, so what happened was there was a lot of shuffling going on down in the job market. It was very difficult for people. Not the same, of course, the jobs that are being created aren't all the jobs that are being lost. So a key feature of each of these industrial revolutions is that the benefits from the new technology don't end up going to everybody, not for a long time. Economists think of the benefits from new technology sort of like yeast. You know, it just bubbles and it goes everywhere, right? It goes into every nook and cranny of the economy. Everybody gets some. But in fact, the benefits of new technology are actually more like mushrooms. They pop up here and there, and they get plucked by a few lucky large firms. And so historically, every bout of technological progress has also created job dislocation, of course, and rising income inequality every time. And of course, related to that, worker discontent and political polarization. Of course, you can look out the window, you know, that's what we're living through. Okay, so I don't know what you thought it was related to before, but I hope I've convinced you that it's because by the fourth industrial revolution, and this only getting started. So that force is going to unfold in the next few years, a lot more job disruption. The World Economic Forum, Richard, I think they estimated that 15% of people will lose their jobs over the next 5 years of the world in the world. Now, they surveying these firms, they discover that those firms believe they'll create that many new jobs too, or actually more than that, which is a good lesson from history too. There's always been more jobs created than that were destroyed. But you go through many years of this gap in skill sets, right? Which is the thing that takes the time. So, so what will happen is that so-called K-shaped economy will persist. So you've got people in the top part think everything's fine, but those are being dislocated, go to the bottom part of the K and must find their way back into the growing part of the economy. And while they're there, you get the political polarization, and politics becomes quite incapable of forging consensus and getting things done, kind of a gridlock situation. And the energy transition, I think everybody's pretty familiar with that, but I think the main thing from that I take is that nobody actually knows how we're going to get to 2050. You know, there's going to be this wild mix of emissions targets, prices on carbon, forced conversion to renewables, mandates to stop producing internal combustion engine vehicles, and all those kinds of policies are at government's disposal, but it won't be like, you know, the hand of God or somebody saying, here's what we're all going to do. The path forward is very unclear. And politics being the art of the possible, you know, what will happen is every country will have a different kind of mix of how we go about this. And it may change when governments change and so on. So that's a lot of business uncertainty for regular folks. And I think mainly it'll be investors that drive the continuous trend towards net zero. Along the lines is that you know, the Carney initiative that you saw in the news from COP26 this week. Like if you have firms committing to it and you have for their financial intermediaries also committing to it, well, you know, that's the pressure from you, the investor, that's creating that pressure. And that's a completely democratic process and doesn't require a government actually for it to happen. It'd be good for them to make it easier, because that's what governments can do, is make it easier. But by this force alone, I think we can get there, but it's not the force everybody's paying all the attention to, it's the policies that everybody's looking for. I think people are asking existential questions in this context because it's so uncertain how we'll get there. So that's just a bit of a sketch. So those forces, we're all dealing with those right now in real time.
And I think that is the context in which you've had the policy debates of the earlier speakers like Rich and Joel this morning in terms of what to prioritize and the many moving parts between the public sector and the private sector in terms of who does what. Everyone's going to be taking their own view, whether you're in a private sector organization or setting policy and looking towards playing a hand in shaping the ultimate recovery. So now this is an urban development audience that you've got here, Steve, today. And so we've started from the general economic context, then we've moved to some of the broader forces, but hopefully the audience can see how that directly relates to ESG. So for this next question, actually, I'm going to, I know that you are a huge Star Trek fan, and one fun factoid about our former Bank of Canada governor. And so I managed to get my hands, when I asked you this next question, on on something that I will give to you to help.
It's a real stand-up thing. Isn't it?
That's right, to come up with an answer. I'd like you to speculate what these trends mean for the urban development crowd. Okay, and to help you, I have located a dilithium-based crystal ball, which I will gently place right here, and I want you to go out of your comfort zone and tell us what you think.
Oh. Wow.
Be careful.
Okay, that's a futuristic crystal ball. That really is cool. Well, I am not an urban planner, of course. I'm an economist, but we do have something really important in common, and that is that we are all used to not being listened to. So I just shoot out a few speculative thoughts. Okay, so this is it's not Richard Florida talking. Okay, so there's a difference. So think about the K-shaped economic trajectory I talked about, which is caused by the Industrial Revolution that we're living through. And that'll go on, like the one for computer chips lasted pretty well 20 years. And so say if this one's even, if it's faster, that'd be great. That'd only be maybe 10 years, right? That's a pretty long time for you to be stuck in the bottom part of the K. So what I've argued is that, of course, people will naturally look to governments to help them out if they're stuck in the bottom part of the K. Well, we're not talking a handful of people. We're talking about lots, okay? And at the time when governments will be very burdened by their core responsibilities around aging people, putting a lot more money in the medical care system and the elderly care system, and then an overhang of debt. So, and I think they're going to have trouble, given the polarization of politics, they're going to have trouble finding consensus on what their policy responses should look like. So I think a lot of the responsibility for the social safety net is going to fall to companies and possibly financial intermediaries. And I think perhaps the most functional level of government could be cities, okay? So, example, there will be more volatility in employment, obviously, with this K thing going on. That'll make the housing market riskier. It's going to make the availability of reliable daycare even more important than it is today. Now, financial intermediaries and especially companies are in a position to help their employees manage these risks. And cities have a really strong incentive to play a key role in facilitating that risk management. That's going to maintain their attractiveness to attracting new businesses, right? So that I think is a competition which has become worse or harder now, because now we've discovered we can work from anywhere. So if you want to work from Amherst, Nova Scotia, well, you can do that. You don't have to commute to downtown Toronto. Not every day, at least, or not every month. Another example, aging population, I think, means a shift in market power from employer to employee. And this is part of what we've seen in COVID, that, as I said, turns out the most important people are the least well paid. Okay, so we've discovered this. And so there is a market power shift that's going on there. The pandemic has shown that work from home works. So I think what will emerge for sure is some sort of hybrid model. Maybe on a given day, there might only be, let's say, take a guess, half as many people commuting to the downtown core as there was on any given day 2 years ago. Now, you might right away as an urban planner, like, oh, that's going to affect the transit assumptions. That's going to flatten the rent curve. I get all that, but don't forget that in a rare thing compared to other countries, Canada is committed to growing its population by more than 1% per year, every year through immigration. So that's going to cause the rent curve to continue to rise. Even if it flattens out, it's going to cause it to continue to rise. So those are the kind of ingredients, I think, in urban planning that are being affected by these trends I talked about. And the third area that's worth thinking about, I think, is the forced energy transition. Forced energy transition, of course, being driven by greenhouse gas emissions. We all know this. You read the IPCC report by this latest one, has got a lot in it that wasn't in previous ones. It's really cool. So as my guess is cities own about 25% of the world's methane emissions. Well, methane is 80 times more potent as a greenhouse gas than CO2, okay? Cities own 25% of it because it's in their landfill, okay? And all the trucks that are driving out to the landfill. There are solutions to these things. This is a really big thing that cities can do, take a leadership role and not sit around and wait for the federal or provincial government to do it. In fact, I think at a time when higher level politics is in such a shambles, cities can emerge as important political leadership. And who do they collaborate with? They collaborate with the companies that they have here and that are attracting here. That's the kind of partnership that I think could bear a lot of fruit on that front. Anyway, those are just some ideas, Richard. The crystal ball, you know, it worked and then it went out.
I think that's ULLI's sign that we're approaching the end of time.
We're approaching the end of time. All right then.
But yeah, no, thank you very much for that. I hope the audience has gotten a sense of how to translate broad economic principles into something concrete as the impact on urban development. We're seeing that in terms of various initiatives like affordable and modular housing, like even London Hydro's Green Button program, which is going to be unveiled all across Ontario to allow homeowners to be able to optimize their own consumption. It sounds very basic and something that everyone should have done by now, but the data is now coming in, and on average, people have been shown to save potentially up to 18% off of their bills by making those, you know, self-determined choices on their own house. And then when you aggregate that over large numbers, which is what economists do, then a real effect occurs and allows policymakers the real data to be able to act. So we're seeing a lot of the innovation that Steve is talking about here, and that is something that I think is an empowering message, as well as the fact that cities may in fact be most unrestrained in terms of making concrete changes, as well as being, you know, the primary engines of economic growth. So I think on behalf of the audience, Steve, I'd like to thank you for sharing your insights with us today. I'm Richard Wong, and I would like to now turn it over to our next panel, who I think will touch on some of these themes. I'd like to pass the mic to Derek Goring from Northcrest. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard and Stephen, for a fascinating conversation. It's really great to get that bigger picture perspective as we think about the topic that we're here to discuss today. It's great to see everyone. It's great to see so many familiar faces. My name is Derek Goring. I'm the Executive Vice President of Development at Northcrest Developments and the Chair of the ULI Toronto Advisory Board. Northcrest is really proud to sponsor this symposium because we recognize that as developers, we have an opportunity and a responsibility to make positive contributions to the communities and cities that we work in. Our next panel, Industry Leadership, Our Moment to Lead, will dig into this topic. And to help us with that, we have a great group of industry leaders, which I'll introduce now, starting with Cindy Rottenberg-Walker, partner at Urban Strategies, Andrew Duncan, Chief Investment Officer at RioCan REIT, Andrew Garrett, Senior Principal Real Estate at IMCO, Danielle Fiedler, Senior Vice President, Brand Experience at Tridel, Tsering Yankee, Head of Real Estate, Finance and Development at Dream, and Ariel Feldman, Director, Sustainability and Environmental Programs at Choice Properties. Please help me in welcoming our panel. And I'll hand it over to Cindy as they all get settled to kick us off.
Okay, thanks. Sorry for that last little musical chairs. Thank you, Derek, for the introduction. We are the industry panel, and I think that there's been a lot of wide-ranging conversation today about the various pillars of ESG, but I want to bring it back now to what you're all doing. And I think we're really going to try and leave today's program on a high note. You've all been carefully selected because each of your companies and you personally are doing really important things. And so I want to talk a little bit about that. I'm going to start with Ariel. And, pull on the thread of urgency. We have talked a lot today. We all know in our everyday lives, obviously with the backdrop of COP26, couldn't be more clear that we're running out of runway in terms of the opportunity to turn things around in terms of carbon and climate change. So just tell us what Choice is doing and why you're doing it.
Thanks, Cindy. So it is very urgent. We're hearing every day at COP26 and in the lead up to it that climate change is happening today. We need to take action today. So I'll just throw out some figures. We've got, by 2030, really 8 years from today, we need to have a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions across the country. We have to have net zero emissions by 2050. And I think the confusion within the development community is, what does that mean for developments? Because developments inherently are growth. So how do we manage the growth while still meeting our targets? And what the IEA, the International Energy Agency, has put out is a net zero roadmap. And what they're saying is that in developed countries, we need to be building net zero ready buildings by 2025. So that's 3 years. I don't think we realize the urgency of that mission because it takes so long to develop buildings that the ones that we're going to be building in 2025, we were already thinking about 8 years ago already. And so we're about 10 years behind where we need to be. Even with Toronto Green Standards, a net zero ready building would be about TGS Tier 4, which is going to come in 2030. But by the time that building is constructed, it'll be 2035, 2034. So again, 10 years behind where we need to be. And so we are in the same position. We're behind where we know we need to be. But as we start to think about our portfolio and what we are doing in what we are developing, we're starting to think about our responsibility to try to meet those commitments. And so as we're building out our own net zero roadmap, what we've learned is that similarly to what the IEA said, we need to be building net zero buildings now, as soon as possible. And so that is the challenge that we have to face. We have to accept that challenge. We have to look at the buildings that we're going to be constructing over the next 7 to 10 years and think, how can we, how far along in the process are we? And can we walk some of that back? Can we really have that change today? Because, this whole panel is talking about leadership and ESG, leadership and ESG. So, leadership and ESG is really about, or ESG is about risk and opportunity. And so the risks as I see them are, if we don't build these net zero buildings in the next 3 to 10 years, we're just going to be retrofitting them by 2050 anyway. And so I don't think that's built into our pro formas right now, that we anticipate that in the next 28 years, we're going to be building something brand new and then retrofitting it maybe 15 years after that, ripping out a brand new boiler plant before it's completely depreciated. And so there's financial risk there. There's also reputational risk. Because if we get to 2030 and we're building something that looks like what we've built in the last 10 years, leaky window walls, no insulation, there's reputational risk there. Because I don't think we can expect our customers and we can expect our communities to look at those products and say in 2030, oh, that's okay because they were only held to TGS Tier 1 when they put SPA through. I don't think we can expect that. And so it really comes back to the risk of impacting our own company's reputation. So I just want to leave with my thoughts on leadership. Leadership is not about knowing the answers. It's about knowing where we're going and bringing everybody along. And we, as developers, assemble teams of experts. And we need every expert to help us to figure out the path to net zero. And we need to figure it out now. So if you're part of these teams, and I assume everybody here is, I hope that you can join us in sharing the knowledge that you have, sharing not just the successes, but also the failures, so that we can build knowledge together and work towards a better society and really preserve our planet for future generations.
Perfect. What a great lead. Thank you so much. Next, I want to talk about authenticity and, how do we make this real? So I'm going to turn to Sarang to ask her. We've heard some from your colleagues at DREAM today, but just tell us, what does authenticity, meaningful impact, sustained impact mean for DREAM?
Thanks, Cindy. Before I answer the question of authenticity, I just really wanted to thank Carolyn for really welcoming us, extreme gratitude, but also for grounding us here today. Also want to thank ULI for their leadership throughout the pandemic and throughout all the issues that rose during the period. You held conferences or sessions on Indigenous engagement. And right now today, bringing us all together here in person to talk about an extremely important subject like ESG and impact. So just wanted to make sure we express our gratitude to our industry leaders and champions. So thank you. My name is Sarang Yankee. I'm the head of real estate, finance and development. And I think, Cindy, as you noted, Richard did speak quite a lot about DREAM's drive towards impact. And the conversation today, through all the panelists, it was about positionality, relationality, and intersectionality. So really, it's all three different topics and how it really grounds us. And really, the conversation about authenticity and integrity is a key component, because I think we spoke about greenwashing, about impact washing, about how do we rise from it and how are we accountable to each other. I have a 13-year-old and a 16-year-old, and they told me this morning that I told them, I said, I'm going to a panel and be speaking, and they said, Mom, when you speak about real estate and impact, you can go on for a long time. So I did jot down notes today. So I was like, you know what? I better jot down notes because
I gave you a 5-minute time limit.
Because Cindy said, Sarang, you have 5 minutes, no more than that. So the question on integrity and authenticity reminds me of a sage advice that my mother gave. Her name is Sunda Sangma. She's 80. And she said, and I think it really resonates with what Joel said this morning. She said, she keeps saying Norbu, which means precious one. That's what she calls me. I'm still a young kid in her age. She says, embrace yourself with self-compassion, but without self-deception. And I think that's really resounding for us as industry leaders and peers about, yes, this is a long journey, as Ariel just mentioned. It's new, it's conversational, but let's not deceive ourselves as to how we are accounting for us and how we are being transparent. We've all spoken today about the confluence of events that has occurred, the pandemic, issues of health, about social justice, and about climate change. And the code red alert that Governor Pelosi mentioned about through the sixth report in the IPCC report. This was also a moment in time when I think all of us realized as to how interdependent and interconnected we are. And now recovering from this period is how we ensure that the most vulnerable are not left behind. And I think that's an important conversation and responsibility that we all have in the industry. It also was a period in time that it became extremely apparent of the role of real estate in the intersection of social determinants of health, on climate change, social justice, as I mentioned before. And I think that when we think about all these aspects, I think we've all read about, that the built environment and the real estate industry is responsible for 38% of greenhouse gas emissions. Governor Pelosi mentioned about methane, and I was just having a conversation earlier with Elizabeth Lindley she is a GHG modeler that we have here from DREAM, and she said, Sarang, we got to talk about methane. GHG gas is great that we're working towards, but what about methane? And how are you thinking about it? To your point is a lot of the developments we've already built or we've already designed, and how we're thinking about that. The fact that we're having this conversation today where businesses are integrating ESG and impact into our framework, I think that's a fantastic conversation. And I think that we have to embrace ourselves. Sometimes it's easy to tear other down, but I think that what you are saying is how do we collaborate and learn from each other? For us at DREAM, we were truly humbled through this pandemic. We have realized that what we've been doing for the last 25 years was beyond ESG, was beyond environmental social governance. It was impact, because we were generating positive social, environmental, and economic benefits in the communities that we built and we own and we manage across Canada, across US too. And I think it's a privilege for us as a private entity to be part of these conversations, because I think it's prudent business. I think we've made earlier point about how we're future-proofing our business. A lot of time, the investment in our communities is the people who work for us. The people, we may think when we talk about affordability is someone that we may not know, or some other person. But the fact is the median household income is $100,000 in Toronto. And based on CMHC's definition, 30% of the median household income would be defined as affordable. Again, that's another question, just in terms of definition of affordability. There's no clear understanding of what the definition is. Or if you talk about AMR, it could be 60% of an average median rental income. Is that going to be affordable? So I think that the definition of affordable has to be embraced. DREAM is a purpose and profit-driven entity. As we know, I call it the genius of the and about how we try to figure that out. I think it's a solution, and that's a business secret, I would say. But for us as a public entity, we are transparent and we are accountable, and that's ingrained in our business. So leading to your question about integrity. The 3 points that I just wanted to share with you, and in the spirit of sharing, is that what DREAM has done to have integrity and authenticity is, Richard had mentioned earlier about the DREAM Impact Management System, which we released earlier this year. And again, going back to the earlier point that I was mentioning, is there's no universal framework for ESG. There's no universal framework for impact. So as we were thinking about how we reposition, we're like, what is that framework that would guide us? How could we have a conversation? If Cindy and I was a colleague, like, what is that nomenclature? If I talk about affordability, would someone understand what I'm talking about as affordability? So that really boiled us down. So we took months in terms of, we engaged a consultant, we consulted, and I think an earlier point is how we have conversation with all stakeholders, civil society, with governments, with our financial institutions, with our stakeholders, investors, etc. I think with everyone, we've had consultations, and that led us to our DREAM Impact Management System. And we focus on the activities that really ground us are intentionality, measurement, and verification. Going back to integrity and authenticity, how are we accountable for? The 3 impact verticals that we focus on are affordability and attainable communities, resource efficiency and resilience, and inclusive communities. And the earlier panel mentioned as to what would be the challenge to us as developers. And I wanted to say, I was very pleased, and usually I wouldn't boast about things, but I thought I should, I think we are quite a few developers are here, so I think a little bit of competitive edge is okay, I think. I was like, check, 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 check. And it is great to be part of a company, especially for me as a Tibetan refugee that came 17 years ago, to have this privilege to be part of a company that's values aligns with mine, and to be part of this discourse. I feel that it's an extreme privilege to be saying that, and how you embrace it all together. The second is the other point I think that Leslie from TAS mentioned was about the verticals. And for us at DREAM, we focus on impact pathways, on secondary pathways, and on negative pathways. And I think that keeps us honest. And to Joel's point is, how do we keep ourselves honest? And we go through our strategy. We have a financial rigor as well as our impact rigor. And those two we have to be accountable for. Our impact goals are part of our compensation. So when you talk about integrity and authenticity and how we sustain and keep it real, it's part of how we do our business and how each one of us as employees and leaders are accountable. And I think, when your bonus is tied to something, you better act. So maybe that's a behavioral change. It's a stick and carrot thing, I would say. The other component that I wanted to mention about integrity is transparency and accountability. And we recently announced that we are participating in the Net Zero Asset Managers, and we released a press release of our commitment to be net zero before 2050 or sooner. Some of our projects, like for example, the Zibi project in Ottawa and Gatineau, it's already a net zero carbon community. There's inclusivity. And one thing that we are extremely proud about is that we went above and beyond our duty to consult. We engaged with Indigenous partners right early on, and Zibi might be one of our first projects, or maybe one of the first master plan community that has French, Algonquin, as well as English as part of our street signs. So we want to embrace every aspect of when we talk about inclusion. The other aspect that I just wanted to speak about is on, I know I might be running off my time, is about gender diversity and inclusion. It's reflected throughout our board as well as our company. It's around 47% or 50% would be women. So I would say that, we're almost there, 3% for, total equity. Tim had spoken about social procurement. And I think that that's an extremely important aspect about how us as developers and in the private entity is using our purchasing power to create space, about generating equity and fair and equitable access to opportunities. And that's like, how do we show up? It's already in a part of our resource. And I thought what Tim said was pretty fantastic. We're talking about, we can cry our brains out about supply chain issues. How about expanding that diversity? How about expanding that supply chain? We talk about labor issues. I think that, which Tim also mentioned is how do we providing capacity capital, because you need businesses to be advanced. And the other aspect is about how we are engaging in terms of training programs and apprenticeships that's really building the next level of supply chain. And I promise you, I'm almost done.
Uh-oh.
The third aspect that I just wanted to share is how impact is integrated throughout the business. I mentioned about our compensation from our board, CRO to every business line. We view impact and economics with the same rigor. And I've mentioned it before. It's part of someone mentioned it should be part of our performance. It is part of our performance. It is part of our impact mandate. It is part of our business plans. So I would say purpose and profit-led has unlocked value and opportunities. You won't believe as to the amount of dialogue that we have. Just now I was having a conversation with Elizabeth and she's like, Tsering, you better be starting thinking about methane gas. It's like we have team members making us accountable and we better step up. So I think it's a great opportunity. And the last word I wanted to say is, it's a moment in time. And I don't think we've ever had this privilege of a moment in time like this, for each one of us to realize the opportunity, the privilege, the responsibility of being a part of how we shape the built environment and our communities for the future generations.
Excellent, thank you. I'm not even looking over at Richard, who I'm sure is holding up signs to me. Danielle, I want to just, Danielle, I want to talk about Tridel's social focus. We've had the opportunity to work together at Alexander Park. I know all of the great things you're doing, but talk to us a little bit about what social impact means at Tridel, and also from the perspective of the consumer. Can we hope that the consumer is going to, oops, I guess you couldn't hear me. Can we hope that the consumer is going to step in and start to also hold us accountable as an industry?
Yeah, I think, is this working? I think they already have, and I'm so sorry to the two Andrews, because Tsering and I, you might have wanted to reorder the panel, but very quickly, I also want to thank ULI. This is the first time I'm dressed from the waist down, and so I had a lot of gratitude for the leadership, and wanted to thank all the panelists I'm here with today and all of the speakers. I have learned so much, and the word you used is a privilege. I am very grateful. And of course, to every one of you, I hope we give you some insights. And I wanted to start off, I did 5 Ps for Richard, and I'm going to sprint through it really quickly. The first P to reflect on this, because I think consumers already have, is about purpose. And I think for context to say what is a customer to us, and I think to many of us in this room and leaders in this room, it goes well beyond the end user. It's anyone who is impacted by our brand and what we do. And the purpose revolution is one that I absolutely love. And I appreciated the comments on the next industrial or the industrial revolution. Because as everyone in this room, if a design is a reflection of our intention, what were we doing in the first one? And how do we find ourselves here? You know, and with consumers, I think today, every time, actually, I'm sort of curious, just if we can quickly do this still. How many of you know of or have used Warby Parker? Anybody, can you raise your hand? What about Kind? Tesla? Give me another one. Tom Shoes. Okay, there's one that you all have to raise your hand. Ben & Jerry's ice cream, come on. But I'd like to say RioCan, Dream, and all of us choice of this panel today, but the most successful brands we're seeing are the ones that are in the social purpose space. And in fact, I think Andrew's gonna talk a little bit more about the financial performance, but they're not just performing a little bit better. They are performing at a magnitude of, with the S&P, like 26% or greater, double digits. And I would say consumers, where I choose and where all of you are choosing to spend your money, you're voting with your dollar. And from when you're saying are consumers holding us account to the S in the ESG or to the total ESG model, I would say absolutely. And in fact, as I was saying, that it's not just the end user and products and services, but you know, especially for an industry that's in a talent war. There's a really amazing book. It's Good is the New Cool. It's by Aziz, and I don't know if you guys have read it, but he talks about how companies, their average lifespan is 65 years, or it used to be. Now it's 15. And he posits why is that? And he goes after, he believes it's lack of social purpose. And so it becomes in that sense, and they back it with evidence. Where 77% by the Havas, the most current one, meaningful brand study. So the customers would not care if 77% of brands just disappeared. Like, what is that saying? They could care less. So how do you be in that remaining, 20+%? And they posit, again, social purpose. And I think in the realm where, as I was mentioning, in competing for talent, I think we see the millennials and Gen Z really making us up our game. They show that I think 64% of millennials won't even take a job, will turn it down if they can't see the clear reason that you exist and that you give them job meaning. 85% of Gen Zs feel that there's a direct obligation, a specific obligation for employers to have a social purpose. And I think it's really to applaud this next two generations is that Gen Zs are the first ones to put purpose ahead of salary. And I think that's really incredible. So I think it's an existential crisis of sorts for our businesses that we need to be looking at the ESG. It's not a moral imperative anymore, though it still is. It's quite literally an economic one. The second P is the promise. I think there's a lot of brands out there that make certain promises, probably those ones that fail, but the customer really has to understand your social purpose. And at Tridel, I think it's building amazing and beautiful homes that are, and communities that are healthy, sustainable, and safe places to live. And on top of that, inclusive, where people feel like they have a sense of belonging. And within that, I think we've been blessed, as Richard, we were sharing the other day, Angela with the Delzato family, it's been deeply embedded in their DNA as a family values business. So we have this deep sense of engagement and commitment to the communities where we build. And I think within that, it's easy to work for a company like Tridel or Dream or Daniels or Choice or RioCan in having that. So in the promise, I think that you need to make, you have to understand your purpose and existence, and you have to make sure you're authentic to it. The third, I think we've been talking about here today is performance. What gets measured gets done. And I think we've published a CSR report since 2015, but we were looking at and have been struggling with how to measure our impact. And I give a broad, kudos to Dream. I admire the One Planet Living framework that you got really behind. A shout out to Maggie in the background there that has been helping Tridel develop what we call our WISE pillars: workplace, industry, society, and the environment. But we are trying to take it to that next level now, and we're looking at One Planet and the UN SDGs. So deeply grateful for the leadership that competitors like Dream bring, and of course Daniels with the work they've obviously done here at Regent Park. Outside of performance, I would say promote. And I think one of the things Tridel and many of us done, were years where it was humble, philanthropy. It was seen almost as gauche to go out there and brag. And I would say if you're doing it, make sure it's on every social post and lead by that example to inspire others to follow. I think we have CSR on our website. I invite you guys to go check it out, and I'd love your feedback. But I think it's important that we put it out there and share. And I do want to do a shout out to Gila and Mitchell Cohen from Daniels, because they have been so generous in sharing their knowledge and wisdom here at Regent Park with us. And all boats rise, and that spirit that Zara was talking about earlier of competitive collaboration and sharing, I think is, again, one of the themes here today. Last thing aside from promote, I'd say it's participation. If you haven't started, don't even worry about swallowing the elephant whole. And I heard a lot of comments today about how expensive it is. And I want to tell you that Maggie and I are affectionately known in our company as the garbage ladies. And I had some examples to share with you guys today, but one I will leave you with. It's something very simple, and it doesn't cost much. It's called our Community Ambassador Program. And with our customers, because we're there, we find out what they're interested in. And what they're interested in is saving time. And they want to teach their kids social purpose. And you have pre-retirees that are suffering social isolation and students that need to be tutored. So Tridel sits in a perfect spot to match those things up and do good. Waste divergence. We're saving the corporation money by having our clothing drive a couple times a year that goes to others in the community. And it's just this really virtuous circle of social good. So I had a few other examples to give you, but I think in the spirit of making sure our two guys down here at the end have a chance, I am deeply grateful, and I look forward to, I hope you got something out of that conversation, but Richard, sorry, I didn't get to Putnam Bowling alone, but.
Thank you, Danielle, so much. So yes, in the spirit of making sure everybody has just a little bit of time, I'm going to go to Andrew Duncan now just to talk. We've talked already in this conversation, but throughout the day, about measurement and being able to do what we say and show others that we're doing what we say. Getting to a place where there's some ability for the marketplace to understand what is consistency, I think is one of the key things that is on lots of our minds. And I know that RioCan has been thinking a lot about this. So just tell us a little bit.
Thank you, Cindy. Hopefully everyone can hear me. First of all, thanks to ULI for having us. I was talking to Danielle before our panel, and we both remarked the last time I think we were both at a panel in person was ULI's Meet the Chiefs before this happened. So it's a little bit of a full circle. I look forward to many more. The question, I think the question I was given was, can we get to common measures and universality? I'd say the pessimist in me, the pessimist, because there isn't a pessimist in me, would say no. The realist, which I am, would say we have to. And the optimist would say yes. I'd say when we talk about measurement and universality, I'll talk about measurement first, and I'll tell a little bit of a story about our organization's journey related to that and related to ESG. This first started for me as an executive in the organization back in 2016 when we'd been going to investor meetings and having a lot of discourse with our investors in the street, and we got a lot of ESG questions. We didn't have a good answer, to be completely honest. So, prior to the prominence that ESG now, then it was ESG with a focus mostly on E, right? Not so much on the S and G. So we went back and we decided to make it a priority. And since we are I think up here, I'm classified, I guess, as a little bit as a developer, but at the end of the day, we're predominantly an owner and a real estate investment trust that owns and assets properties, or owns and managed properties. So with that in mind, we had to look at a framework. We started working with consultants. We started figuring out, okay, well, if we're going to respond to this question, participate in the discourse, we've got to be more educated about it, and we've got to start measuring. So we did the work, and we've been participating in a benchmark since 2016 called GRESB, or Global Real Estate Sustainability Benchmark. And listen, our ESG platform is not all about GRESB, but I'm telling the story about measurement because that got us to where we are now. We started participating in that measurement platform. We started understanding what things, we can do to have an impact and how our portfolio is performing. So measuring gave us that insight. And over time, ESG has become part of our DNA, and it's taken time. It's taken time and commitment and taken hiring specific people in the organization to focus on it, understanding that it is a priority for us. And through that process, every year we've progressively done better and better in those benchmarking scores. We're happy to say we feel we're among leaders or leaders in North America, if not the entire world in that stuff right now. And, I'd say at the time when we started this, I was predominantly responsible for our development platform. And, GRESB started as a measurement of our existing portfolio, not our developments. And through time, that forced us to work with consultants to develop a sustainable development framework in terms of what we measure and what we put in markets. And now we're participating in that part of the measurement, and there's only 6 organizations in North America that are doing that. So the measurement has forced us to get more focused on what we can deliver as an organization as impact, right? So I think that story has resulted in a couple of things that to me are not wholesome, but indicative of who we are. When we started that, we had a human resources department. Now we've got a people and brand department. That's a different focus, right? When we started back in 2016, our board of trustees had a compensation committee. Now we've got a people, culture, and compensation committee. It changes who we are and where our focus is, right? Now, when we speak about, it's knitted through our entire organization and it's part of who we are. Now, when we talk about universality, I'd say, it's tough to find a common measure for every asset class or every industry. Everybody's a bit different. But if everybody's measuring their net impact and they can say with honesty, they're having a net positive impact on ESG, then you get universality. So I think there's a lot of debate amongst everyone saying, how do I measure? What's the right measurement tool? I think it's important to measure. And if that measurement results in you having a net impact or calibrating to a net impact, that's the positive outcome. In the interest of time, I'll leave it there.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Last but not least, Andrew. A whole lot of mystique around the G in this ESG conversation. So what does governance mean to IMCO? What should it mean to the industry? What elements of partnership does that involve in terms of the public sector? So over to you to bring us home.
No, it's a very good question. And I know governance doesn't sound necessarily like the sexy part of ESG. But, in terms of what we've been talking a lot about today, there's been a lot of rocket fuel, that urgency that gets people talking and more interested and inspired about it. And what I see governance plays that role of sustaining that. So once you blast off and all the rockets fall off, what keeps you in orbit? And I think it's that governance piece that really is the sustainable piece of what goes on there. And there's 3 pieces I'll talk about quickly as the things that I'm seeing really change and, vastly different than, board and co-owner meetings that I've been on, 10 years ago versus some of the discussions and what's going on today. And part of it, the first one being audit and what audit means. The second is that board composition, who's on the board, who's at the table, who has a voice. And the third is just access to capital. Like in our role at IMCO, we're generally cutting the biggest checks for all these developers. And so they're very attuned to what's of concern. And we have to be concerned because we are fiduciary for a lot of these either pensioners or people that go through workplace incidents from the insurance side. So on the audit side, I think that is one of those pieces that creates that sustainability on the governance side, because audit now doesn't just mean your financial statements disclosure. They're having to open up the umbrella and disclose more about their process and their community and what they're doing. And I think that's a structural piece that gets beyond the greenwashing, because as any firm knows, when the auditors come in, they're not there to talk to the communications team and the marketing team and others. They're there to dig into your processes and understand what's going on. And again, that breadth is changing there. And so we're seeing that, I would say, kind of real time changing. And the board composition piece, again, is, I think it's, Richard said, we got to end on a high note. It's moving in the directionally in the right way. And I would say And Osler has recently put out some disclosure research and shown that kind of racialized professionals are now having more presence in boards. It's still a bit of a trickle, but it's we're up close to 6.8%, up from 5% in most recent years. And but where we've seen composition really start to get some momentum is certainly in terms of its a women representation on board. So where this past year has been the highest level period for vacated and newly created board positions, 39% have been filled by women. And that's following a year on 35%. So again, there's a bit of a march of who's at the table. And I think that composition starts to reduce the blind spots on boards. And I think, sitting on some of these private equity firms and seeing those kind of conversations, it changes when the people around the table change, because it's kind of funny. A lot of the banter early on is talking about the work from home, how hard is it to work from home? But I think people tend to remind you that those two things are privileges. It means through this pandemic, you have work, and in one of the most expensive cities in the world, you have a home, and some boards have many homes in these areas. So I think it's great to see that composition change. That's happening on the public boards, and I think that also puts pressure for our private market partners who are just as large and just as influential, just not as publicly disclosing as much information. But they're seeing the light of that and wanting to change. And the last point, as I was saying, access to capital. If the biggest checks are being cut by these big pools of capital, any investment I'm bringing forward now, every investment since COVID, but they had started this before COVID, I have in the investment approval have to speak to the ESG and have that as a component of the approval. So it's embedded right from the beginning. I'm now embedded in the closing of transactions. So in our closing documents, where we would normally say, well, on an annual business, our rights are X, Y, and Z, and you need to submit budgets to us on an annual basis, business plans. In those documentation is now being embedded the ESG piece. I think that's what keeps it sustainable, is you now have to update me on your ESG plan on a regular basis and so on. So I think all those things help create that sustainability and that embeddedness of, it's urgent now, but how do we keep that going? And so I think governance really has its foot on the pedal of that. And it's not just IMCO, but we've surveyed our peers, and I think there's a stat about 75% of our peers that are basically $10 billion and up in terms of pools of capital will all have some ESG questions that are part of their approvals process kind of going forward. So we're going to start to see that wave impact us.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm looking at Richard. Are we done? We're done. Okay. I promised you all when we told you that we would have to truncate this panel that this would just be the beginning of a conversation. I have Richard's promise that we can have a follow-on conversation. But I just personally want to thank you all genuinely for the work that you're doing, for leaving us, everybody working in this sphere, with hope, but even more importantly, confidence that we are actually on this. We are. And I think that it was said earlier, I'm sorry, I can't remember who, but that I think probably we in Toronto live in a little bit of a special case. I don't think we have any full appreciation that this is not the norm. And so I'm just really proud to be able to be here with you, and I want to thank you all.
So one more round of applause for our final panel. So much has been shared this morning. This task we have of weaving is a difficult one. But one of the places I want to start, because it is Diwali, and my wife practices the Hindu faith, and so we celebrate in our household. So I thought I'd just insert a little bit of some Hindu philosophy into this, which is something I spend time really immersing myself in. And there's this concept in Hinduism of Maya, which is really the idea that reality, the world, is an illusion. And not that it isn't real, but it really focuses on the idea that the way we go through it, thinking of ourselves as individual separate actors, that's illusionary, because the true nature of reality is one of unity and interconnectedness. And I always say that, like, COVID did that work that meditation, these other spiritual practices is supposed to do. It shattered some of that Maya for us. It showed how intertwined our fates are and our destinies is. And I think this event was a great recognition of that, of interconnection, of how we truly are in this together. And Searing, she spoke about this idea of, self-compassion without self-deception, which I think is such a critical concept. And Errol, he spoke about leadership, not having the answers, but knowing where we're going and bringing people along. And so linking that, I think, it's clear we know where we're going, that ESGs and actualizing them in our work, that's kind of the promised land we're looking to. But leadership, the second part of that is getting people to follow. And here's where some of that, compassionate push against parts of our potential self-deception comes in. That the reality is, if to lead, people have to follow you, we have to look at wider society. And I was just looking at public opinion polling the other day, and it showed how after COVID, trust in the private sector has massively gone down in Canada. And Stephen Polas spoke about city governments being best situated in this new age to kind of lead decisive decision-making and change. But I know from the polling, because I actually ran one of these polls with folks from the School of Cities in Scarborough and Rexdale, and my poll the poll we did matched many others, that city government has the lowest level of trust of any institution in the city. So the reality is, city builders broadly, we know the destination, but rightly or wrongly, I think the honest truth is, the general public still has some way to go in trusting the traditional actors in this space to be the ones to lead us to where we need to get to. And so we have to lead. We need to lead, but we have to do it in a way that's showing, not telling, that builds that trust from the wider community, from our wider citizens in this city. And we talked today about ways that that can be done. Community benefits being one way to truly show people how city building can kind of go to everyone. Stephen Falls talked about those kind of at the bottom of the barrel or the bottom of our social hierarchy. Community benefits being a great way to show folks how they can get lifted up in development projects. That transparency folks talked about, that openness to work with community and take that criticism and engage with it is another way that trust gets built. Getting ahead of standards before they're required, which was talked about today, another way we build that trust. And thinking, as Danielle highlighted, not just about the end user, but the impact for everyone that's affected by a project. That's another way we build that trust. And so yes, as Danielle further said, ESGs are a moral imperative, but they're not just a nice to have. They're core to the viability of this sector, of the work that we do. And so friends, this is the work. The event is the urgency, right? That urgency in the title, and I hope we're all feeling it. But back to that idea of Maya, and I find, because it's something I try to practice, stepping away from that feeling of my individual control over the world and refocusing on connectedness. And some people that can be humbling to do that, but I actually found it really empowering to embrace the fact that we are connected and we achieve things not individually, but through these. And that's why an event like this and the work of ULI is so important, to see the sector as a community collectively stepping forward to these challenges, collaborating, sharing insights, adopting shared standards, building communities of practice, and working towards these kind of cross-sectoral collaborations. That's the way we meet the urgency of this time, and we move towards this goal of truly embedding ESGs in our work.
Wow, Kofi, you said it so well, as you always do. So I will start with my only disappointment from the day, which is that Stephen and Richard didn't break into Klingon immediately after the Star Trek reference for those techies out there, Trekkies out there. I'll just add a few things before I close us up and just really start to ground us on this language. And I think, Daniela, you and others brought it to purpose, right? And what we design reflects our intentions. And I think, it made me think of the phrase, what we focus on grows, right? And so I just think that today we have our attention on this, but what happens tomorrow? And so, about we're all talking about purpose. I think the piece that I'm wondering about is how does it translate into values? And how are those values clear to our public, whoever we define as our public? And how do they hold us accountable to those values, to operationalizing them, not just putting them on a website saying inclusion matters to us, but actually understanding how we're going to bring that to life and being transparent about talking about how parts of that we know how to do and the parts that we don't know how to do. Joel started us off with the warning that ESGs are voluntary, and I think that's just something as we go away feeling inspired and in this collectivist mindset, I think it's really important for us to remember that this is a voluntary act, and I think a lot of folks here, you could say that we're like-minded or we're more progressive in our thinking about development. And we really need to start taking this notion of ESGs out of this sort of chicken soup for the soul space, like it's just for the good folks, and really bring it into the space where it is a strategic imperative. And a few folks talked about how this actually advances our bottom lines and the things that, build shared agendas across what communities and residents and activists want and what institutions want. And so the question is, how do we create the space, right? Everyone here is so busy. It's absolutely monumental that you're all here in a room today. I had to say it. It's too easy. It's too easy. But how do we create the space to do this work? And the thing that I keep thinking about is the conversation on AI and on tech progress that Stephen mentioned. And I think the starting point, this is a hypothesis, is we take all the pieces that are transactional in our work and we can automate those. And then we double down on the pieces that are relational. The pieces like community benefits, like Rosemary, you were talking about building relationship with communities, which means we have to move, especially I'm learning about private equity, which moving at the speed of trust and moving slowly is a hard thing to do. And so if we can automate the things that can be done, and there's great folks here, I just met someone amazing who does the measuring and monitoring. If we can automate the things that are more transactional, really double down on the places where we need to work together, be in the collectivist mindset, then we get to our goal. And that's actually where I wanted to transition us to as we go back into our development diaspora this afternoon, which is the goal should be to redistribute some of this power out of this room, right? The goal is to redistribute opportunity and access and wealth and all of the things that, if we do our jobs right, go to more people than just the amazing 200 folks in this room. So the ask is model the behavior. Step into the things. A few folks have said, I think even Stephen said it, he struggles with the G. Let's struggle, right? Let's model the behavior within our organizations and within our institutions of actually stepping into the things that make the least sense to us, because those are the things that we actually need to start resolving together. Ask questions as leaders, model inquiry as leaders, because I think we can say that we're really confident in stepping into ESG, but I think a lot of us are still figuring out what that really looks like, and that's okay. We can do that together. And just this last piece around self-compassion without self-deception. Sring, you really gave us something beautiful to think about. And just to return us back to the start of the day where we talked about grace. And I just want to say, let us have grace with ourselves as we learn all these new things and stumble and maybe run straight into walls. But let's not let ourselves off the hook. I think that's really important. Let's not have the same conversation again next year and the year after and the year after. So on that light note, we're going to close. And on behalf of the Management Committee, we would like to thank everyone for spending your morning with us. Thank you again to Dream, Daniels, Mirabella, Northcrest, One Planet Living, Montgomery Sisam, Urban Strategies, for all of their support in this symposium, to our annual sponsors for your continued involvement and support. So let's give them a round of applause. I think we'd also like to thank all the volunteers who have been behind the scenes in getting this program ready, including the tour program co-chairs Samir Patel and Kelly Graham. And can the crew that has been on those amazing Tuesday morning calls, can you just stand up for a minute? I think people need to know who you are and all the hard work. Let's give them a round of applause as well. These folks meet very, very early on Tuesdays to talk about this forum, so special thanks is required. An extra special thanks to Linda Weichel, who's hiding over here, who among many things she did, coordinated all of our video elements, including this afternoon's virtual tour. And we look forward to seeing you all, or some of you, at the Tim Jones Creative Placemaking Awards reception. And just another huge thanks for the conversations, for the open-heartedness, the open-mindedness, for the time to come together and have these conversations. And we hope to see you all soon. Stay safe, and we will see you in the discussions after. Thanks so much.
And I'll just say to Zara and Kofi, thank you. What an incredible through line you provided us right to the very end. I think you really brought it all home. So thank you for that. It's a pleasure working with you. Make sure you engage Zara and Kofi in your work in the future. They're incredible. It's lunch, and we have about 45 minutes to eat. I'm hoping most of you will stick around for our tours, and then we'll start getting people organized for tours around 1:45. So it's about 1 hour or so. So we have lunches over here. Looks like liquid refreshments over here, and we'll catch you up in about 45 minutes. Thank you.